All right, we're live.
Okay. Well, welcome everyone. It's good to see you all. This is the March 8th meeting of the Carrboro Town Council. Welcome. We'll start with a roll call by the clerk. Wesley?
All right. Mayor Damon Siles.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Susan Romaine.
Present.
Councilmember Barbara Fushi.
Present.
Councilmember Danny Noel.
Present.
Now. Councilmember Randy Haven O'Donnell.
Present.
Councilmember Sammy Slade.
Present.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to Wesley for his first roll call of the council. Appreciate you being here.
I'll get your name right, Danny, I promise.
See that you do. I'm just kidding. I don't care at all.
So let's now is our time for a poetry reading, and I believe that our poet laureate Fred Joyner is with us. So if you would bring him on over, please. Welcome, Fred.
Good evening. Good evening. How y'all doing?
Doing well. It's good to see you.
I'm good to see you too. In honor of International Women's Day, and this is Women's History Month too. So I'm gonna be reading poems by women all month long. But today, I'm gonna read a poem that may be known to some of you. It's by Nikki Giovanni, and it's called Ego Tripping. And if you've ever heard, it's one of her signature poems. There's seriousness in it, and there's a lot of playfulness in it. But you'll see the energy in it as I read the poem. Ego Tripping, or There May Be a Reason Why, by Nikki Giovanni. I was born in the Congo. I walked to the Fertile Crescent and built the Sphinx. I designed a pyramid so tough that a star that only glows every 100 years falls into the center, giving divine perfect light. I am bad. I sat on the throne drinking nectar with Allah. I got hot and sent an ice age to Europe to cool my thirst. My oldest daughter is Nefertiti. The tears from my birth pains created the Nile. I am a beautiful woman. I gazed on the forest and burned out the Sahara Desert with a packet of goat's meat and a change of clothes. I crossed it in 2 hours. I am a gazelle so swift you can't catch me. For my birthday present, when he was 3, I gave my son Hannibal an elephant. He gave me Rome for Mother's Day. My strength flows ever on. My son Noah built Newark and stood proudly at the helm as we sailed on a soft summer day. I turned myself into myself and was Jesus. Men intone my loving name, all praises, all praises. I am the one who would save. I sowed diamonds in my backyard. My bowels deliver uranium. The filings from my fingernails are semi-precious jewels. On a trip north, I caught a cold and blew my nose, giving oil to the Arab world. I am so hip, even my errors are correct. I sailed west to reach east and had to round off the earth as I went. The hair from my head thinned and gold was laid across 3 continents. I am so perfect, so divine, so ethereal, so surreal, I cannot be comprehended except by permission. I mean, I can fly like a bird in the sky. That's Nikki Giovanni. If you haven't heard her read that poem, you need to go and Google it, find it on YouTube. It's I didn't do it any justice at all. She is in a stratosphere by herself. But thank you for indulging me.
That was amazing, Fred. Thank you. And I have to say that your reading of that, even more so than your usual readings, made clear how familiar you are with that poem. I loved it.
Thank you. Thank you.
The girls must love that poem too.
They do, because when they, especially when I read it. Yeah, they get a kick out of it.
Fred, before we move on, I do want to appreciate you calling out that today is International Women's Day. And that seemed like the perfect poem to read. So thank you for kicking us off in that way. I just want to offer a couple of quick thoughts about today. And that the first one is that, it feels like we still have a lot of uphill battles that we're fighting, whether it's about equal pay or reproductive justice or healthcare as a human right, or all these fights that we're engaged in to lift people out of poverty and promote democracy are all linked to expanding opportunities for women and girls. And as I think you all may know, today, being International Women's Day, or the United Nations, as usual, has chosen a theme for the day, as they do every year. This year, they identified advancing gender equality in the context of the climate crisis and disaster risk as being what they called one of the greatest challenges facing the globe in this century. So I encourage everyone to go check out the UN's website for International Women's Day. It's got a lot of great resources and readings. Second, I want to express how fortunate we are here in Carrboro and throughout our county to be led by a lot of inspiring women. I just want to, share my appreciation for the leadership of our current and past colleagues here in the town council, including those of you in this room. I also want to share my appreciation for the many women who are leaders in our town staff, and they include a number of our department directors of communication and engagement, human resources, housing and community development, our planning department, our recreation and parks and community resources department. If any of you are listening tonight, I think a few of you are with us today. I hope that you know how much we value your leadership as women and as members of this community. So thank you. And Fred, thank you for that amazing reading. It was a great way to start tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Next, before we move on to the regular agenda, we have a resolution that Randy would like to bring forward regarding solidarity with Ukraine. Randy?
Yeah, would you like me to read the resolution?
I think that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. It's a resolution in solidarity with Ukraine in opposition to the Russian invasion, assault, and atrocities against the Ukrainian peoples. Whereas Carrboro is a peace-loving community that advocates human rights and the well-being of all peoples. And whereas the people of Carrboro opposes tyranny, unprovoked aggression, and war, and we hold that war is never acceptable, an acceptable response to human conflict. And whereas North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper issued Executive Order number 251, condemning and responding to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And whereas the town of Carrboro stands in solidarity with Ukrainian sovereignty and her territorial integrity, and as an independent and democratic Ukraine, and with the Ukrainian peoples as they resist Russian aggression, military invasion, and the threat to their existence. And whereas the town of Carrboro calls for an immediate ceasefire, sincere negotiations, a humanitarian corridor for Ukrainians seeking safe passage, and the delivery of humanitarian aid to those in peril and to war refugees. And whereas on February 17th, 2022, the United States Senators Rob Portman from Ohio and Jeanne Shaheen from New Hampshire led a bipartisan group of senators in adopting a bipartisan resolution co-sponsored by Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina in support of Ukraine amid increased Russian aggression. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Carrboro Town Council, 1, commends the courage, resolve, and restraint shown by the Ukrainian people in their pursuit of sovereignty and democracy and pays tribute to the many people who gave their lives in pursuit of a free and democratic Ukraine. 2, reaffirms unwavering support for a secure, democratic, and independent Ukraine, free to choose its own leaders and future. 3, condemns the illegal military invasion of Ukraine and annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation in 2014, and the violence fomented by Russian proxies in eastern Ukraine, 2 active conflicts that continue in 2022. And be it further resolved that the Carrboro Town Council encourages residents to advocate for humanitarian aid, ensure safe passage and haven for refugees, and provide support for the Ukrainian peoples and organizations such as, and then I've listed 8 different organizations. Be it further resolved that the Carrboro Council asks the town clerk to share the copies of this resolution with the chair of the Orange County Board of Commissioners and the mayors of the town of Chapel Hill and and Hillsborough. And that would be this day, March 8th, 2022. And with that, I'd like to move the resolution.
Perfect. Is there a second? By Danny. So I'd just like to thank Randy for all the work she put into crafting this resolution for us today. She told us last week how much she was wanting to be sure that we do that, and I appreciate her following through on that. So thank you, Randy. It's been moved by Randy and seconded by Danny that we adopt this resolution. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll take the roll call vote. Barbara?
Aye.
Randy?
Aye, and thank you all.
Danny?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye, and my thanks as well.
Sammy? And Damon, I vote aye. The matter passes unanimously. Thanks again, Randy. All right. Next on the agenda is the announcement of upcoming meetings. We'll turn that back over to Wesley.
All right. All right. First up, we have the Arts Committee meeting, which is March 9th, which is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Also tomorrow at 6 p.m., the Economic Sustainability Commission meeting. And again tomorrow at 6:30 p.m., the Stormwater Advisory Commission meeting. And then jump into next week, the March 14th at 6 p.m., the Human Services Public Hearing. Also on March 14th at 7 p.m., the Recreation and Parks Commission meeting. And then, of course, next Tuesday, March 15th, is the next Town Council meeting at 7 o'clock.
Great. Thank you, Wesley. Are there additions to that list from anyone? Sammy? Sammy, we're having trouble hearing you. I'm not sure why that is. Yeah, it's not working for some reason.
I think it might be your headset, Sammy.
No luck yet. Okay, why don't we let Sammy work on that for a couple minutes. In the meantime, do other council members have additions to the upcoming meetings?
Mayor.
Barbara?
The event on Saturday, it's not a meeting. It's Saturday afternoon of Liberation and Love. Did you have that? I don't have all that in front of me. Do you have it?
I'm happy to mention that event. This is an event by Hidden Voices. You may be familiar with the group Hidden Voices. They've partnered with the Orange County Community Remembrance Coalition and some others, including some co-sponsorship by the town in the form of offering space for the event at the Century Center. It's going to be a presentation, and I don't have the details in front of me, but it's called Right Here, Right Now was kind of the short title for the event. And it's stories from the families of people who have been incarcerated on death row. So it's going to be a really powerful program. That's this Saturday, March 12th at 2 o'clock. And you can either attend in person at the Carrboro Century Center or attend virtually by finding the link online somewhere. There is a Facebook, I believe if you go to the Orange County Community Remembrance Coalition's Facebook page, they'll have a link to the event there. Otherwise, get in touch with one of us and we can point you in the right direction. I will also mention that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. is the monthly meeting of the board for the Durham Chapel Hill Carrboro Metropolitan Planning Organization. And I think, Barbara, am I right that this Friday morning is a meeting of the Orange County Transit Plan Steering Committee? Is that right?
You would think I would have said it since I'm on the policy steering committee. Yes, it is this Friday at 8 a.m.
Great.
It's virtual, of course, still.
Oh,
I think we might have one more after this one.
Okay.
Yep, thanks.
Sammy, should we see if Sammy's mic is working? It's still a silent Sammy. Sorry, Sammy, I'm not sure what to recommend.
He says silent, Sammy. It's SS again, his initials. And then Brady Herman, is
Oh,
that
right.
actually,
I did
is
mention
that,
that. Thanks for catching that. So Brady Herman is nominally with us, although this does not look like the Brady I remember. Would the Brady Herman in the room like to introduce himself? I believe he's our town attorney.
he's probably with the firm, but I was just wondering who he was.
And you're on mute, Mr. Attorney. You're muted, Mr. Attorney. We can't hear you speaking. There you go.
My name is Albert Benshoff. I'm an attorney with the Bro Law Firm. I'm substituting for Brady Herman tonight.
Great. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
Sammy is logging in on a different device.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Perfect, but you might want to turn off the sound on your other device because it was echoing.
That's really weird that the other device was picking up when I was logging onto this one. Anyways, thanks for your patience. I was just wanted to share that on Monday, March 14th, the Family Success Alliance will be meeting at 1 p.m.
Great, thanks, Sammy. Okay, get back to my agenda here. Next up is the time for public comment, although I don't believe we have anyone signed up for public comment this evening. Just looking through the list. We do have a couple people who are guests for a later agenda item. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item on the consent agenda is a request to authorize the town manager to sign a revised interlocal agreement with Orange County and the town of Chapel Hill related to the historic Rogers Road area private sewer service lateral connection installations for qualified low to moderate income homeowners. The purpose agenda item is for the town council to consider authorizing the town manager to sign a proposed 2022 amendment to an existing interlocal agreement between Orange County and the towns of Carrboro and Chapel Hill to clarify eligible properties that could potentially qualify for public financial support for connections and to extend the agreement's term and termination to June 30th, 2025.
Thank you, Richard. I have a couple hands up to speak, so we'll start with Susan, then we'll go to Randy, and then we'll go to Barbara. Susan?
Yes, thank you. I have just a really quick comment, Mr. Manager. I just wanted to thank you for the response to my email when I was asking about the sort of surprisingly low participation, but all the information was just really helpful, and I appreciate how detailed and thoughtful the response was. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Randy, and then Barbara.
Yeah, so on this item, I just want to point out that when I was in my NCDEQ Department of Environmental Quality, Equity and Justice Board meeting last week, Dr. Courtney Woods of UNC's Gilling School was talking about the presence of PFAS and PFOA from in a very it was a comparison with the Orange County landfill and the Sampson County landfill. And I bring this up tonight. I've talked with Reverend Robert Campbell about having a NAACP branch environmental commission meeting around this issue, because even though there's a small number of folks who are still on well water, the presence of PFAS and PFOA in surface waters is very troubling. And it is something I would like us to be aware of, and I would like us to encourage the pursuit of the application for EJ funds from the state to to help with folks who can switch over to sewer and water. I'd like to ask our manager, who has looked at the application process, to kind of tell us what he knows.
Thank you, Councilwoman Haven O'Donnell. We've reached out to Orange County since they monitor wells, and we'll be working with them to better understand the application process and if we're able to move this forward. But we'll keep the council advised as we learn more about that process.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks for flagging that, Randy. Barbara.
I move the agenda item. The consent agenda. That's the only thing on there, I think, right?
It is.
If nobody else has any.
I'll second it.
Oh, there's a resolution?
That's the only item, you're right. Yep, thank you for the
Okay.
motion.
Okay.
And moved by Barbara, seconded by Randy, that we approve the consent agenda. And I'll take a roll call vote, starting with Barbara.
Aye.
Randy?
Aye.
Danny?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
And I vote aye also. Matter passes unanimously. Okay, on to other matters, Mr. Manager.
The first item is the Carrboro Community Gardens update. The first of this agenda item is for the council to hear an update presentation on the community gardens. Jeanette O'Connor and Heidi Paulson will share information about the Family Garden and the Carrboro Community Garden Coalition Garden in Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park. Eric Allman will share information about the Baldwin Park Garden.
Thank you. Wesley, if you would pull all three of those guests over, a couple of whom I haven't seen in way too long. So it's nice to have them here. Hi, Jeanette.
Hi, how are you all?
Good. Hey, Heidi and Eric, welcome. Not sure how you all have structured your presentations for us tonight, but the floor is yours.
So we the three of us put three separate presentations together, and then I think it was Anita, combined them all, and somebody, maybe Mary or maybe Wesley, is going to run the slides. I do apologize because what I didn't think about was, so for those of you who are new, I'm the garden manager for the Family Garden, but I am on the board of the Carrboro Community Garden, which is right next, like the two of them are adjacent to each other. We tried not to like double up on everything we were saying, but those two gardens are very connected. And so we put like a little bit of the history of the gardens in the presentation Heidi's going to give after me. So if you have questions about the history, just hang on because Heidi probably will cover it. So
that sounds good. Thanks.
I don't know anything about, Wesley, had you just started or?
Wesley, are you going to share your screen? Yes. Okay. And Jeanette, you can just kind of let Wesley know when he should proceed to the next slide.
Okay, cool.
Wesley, would you mind going into presentation mode so it will look a little bit clearer for the rest of us? I think if you click on that little icon, well, actually, if you go up to the view menu on the upper part of the screen, a little farther up, all the way to the top, to the right, where it says view. There you go. And go to, there should be a presentation mode somewhere.
We'll try slideshow.
Maybe you need to go to slideshow.
Slideshow, that should start it.
Sorry about that.
And then hit from beginning. There you go.
Great. Thanks, Richard.
You're welcome.
That's what it is. What does it say?
Well, now I'm wondering if you may have to go out of the screen share and jump back into it.
Can you do it on your own? Should be the screen there. Yeah. This one up here at the top. I'm going to stop sharing, Mayor, and then we'll start it again.
Okay.
You see that?
Maybe we can just proceed in this format.
I was going to say, I know Heidi and I can show the presentation from our screens if we need to, but Eric can't. So you guys would have to stare at our faces by that part of the presentation. It's not nearly as nice as looking at the garden pictures.
Yeah. Yep. Mayor, are you seeing the slide? I'm seeing the full screen, so I didn't know what you see on your end.
We're still just seeing that previous setup. Maybe go out of screen share one more time and try that again, and then if that doesn't work, we'll just go through it the way you have it here. Sorry, everybody. Zoom never gets old. There we go.
Hey, there it is.
Don't do anything. All right. Jeanette, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess go ahead and Wesley, you can go to the next slide. So the Family Garden and the Carrboro Community Garden are both at MLK Junior Park, and then Baldwin Garden is in Baldwin Park, which is over near, more or less near Weaver Street. But the three gardens are all hooked together under the Carrboro Community Garden Coalition. So Wesley, if you want to go to the next slide, we lose him.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it advanced.
It's not advancing. Okay.
I mean, I can just talk about the garden. I don't need the pictures, but
we may just have to get out of the presentation mode and just go through the slides that way.
Well, I'll start while you guys work on that. So anyway, the Family Garden is a plot-based garden. And so families who are Carrboro or Chapel Hill residents and have children 18 or under can get themselves a plot. Generally, we have a waiting list, but generally we only ever have like between 2 and 3 people on the waiting list, and they wait usually not more than a season. I rarely have somebody on for the entire year due to just general turnover of the plots, in addition to people's children's aging out of this side of the garden. So most of our gardeners we have about half of them are fall into the low income bracket, and about a third of them are Karen or Burmese refugees. So we have a fairly diverse population economically on the side of the garden. And it varies on any given season. Some of our families have been with us for 10 years, and other families are brand new, literally starting this month. So I think this slide was basically everything I just covered. There is a plot fee that they pay annually, and it is on the sliding scale based on the household income. And I have yet to have this happen while I've been the manager, but we, would work with a family if they couldn't afford to pay the plot fee at all, like that, that's fine. We use that money basically to do things like buy plants and seeds wholesale, which is cheaper than gardeners having to do it individually, pay for trellising, stakes, watering cans, like, the typical gardening things, compost. We also have a partnership. I don't know how it got started. It was in place when I started this job with the Cardinal Track Club. And so we help them with some of their races during the year. And in exchange, they donate a portion of the money they raise from those races to us, which has been incredibly helpful. And we're very appreciative of that. You want to go to the next slide, Wesley? Okay, I already talked about diversity of families. This garden basically functions where each family is in charge of their own plot, but the families all come together once a month for a work day where we work on larger projects. And that might be mulching the main paths. In the next several months, it's going to be redoing large chunks of the garden with the new fence coming in, which I think Heidi's going to talk about. And we do have a board of advisors. They kind of oversee the general like rules and regulations of the garden. And I usually I do a lot of the financial stuff and a lot of the like larger maintenance type of stuff with this garden. But the advisory board works on like recruitment and making sure like everybody is feeling included and knows like, meeting people's needs and that kind of thing. So go ahead, you can go to the next slide. With COVID, we kind of, we were able to keep gardening on this side much easier than in the community garden side, just because since everybody had their own plots, everybody just kind of was already coming when they could anyways. And so for the most part, things kind of continued as normal, except we didn't have any work days, like big group work days. We started those again this past year, really building up in the fall. And we're actually we felt pretty lucky. We only lost one family in terms of like COVID screwing up their schedule and they weren't able to do gardening anymore. Everybody else managed to hang in through all of COVID. And anybody who has since left has left because their children aged out of the garden. So we were really happy that we were able to keep this resource open to those families during COVID. Go ahead to the next slide. This is our future planning. We've had some trouble. I speak Spanish fluently, but not Karen or Burmese, unfortunately. And so we have this year hired 2 interpreters to help us bridge the gap with those gardeners in our garden, because we have had trouble with communication and with making them feel like they were part of our garden. It's almost like our garden is split, like with 2/3 people who speak English and a third that don't. And that third, it's really hard to get them integrated and get them wanting to come and participate in our like community days and that kind of a thing. So we're hoping the interpreters will be helpful in that way. And we found them through the refugee center. So we're hopeful for that. Then working on the new garden areas when this new fence, which started today, is finished. And then we have been working with the community garden on figuring out an internal watering system that would connect out to the park's larger cistern system for some internal watering, because right now it's pretty hard on some of these plots to get their water. So Heidi, you want to jump in?
Yeah, thanks. My name is Heidi Paulson, and I'm with the Carrboro Community Garden Coalition. It says February, but it is March. Next slide, Wesley. And welcome to Carrboro, Wesley. We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
So The garden was started in 2008, so it's been quite a long time, and we've continued to grow organic fruit and vegetables that whole time. It's for any local folks. We've had, folks from Durham even, so they're not all always Carrboro. It's located in MLK Park, and we're very appreciative of all of the changes and amenities that the town has put in place over the past couple of years. They're wonderful. The new shed, the bathrooms, the access to, clean water to wash our hands. It's just, stellar. And right now, I was reading emails today and the fence is going up right now. So, we're appreciative of the new fence, of also moving things over a bit so that we'll have more beds that are in the sun and fewer in the shade, so we can grow more produce. We get free compost from Compost Now, and that's a donation directly to us, so we don't have to pay for that. Next slide. Yep. So like Jeanette said, we had to do a little more finagling during the height of COVID. We had a spreadsheet online so that folks could stagger and we wouldn't all be there at the same time. And we definitely always followed town protocol and worked with the town to make sure we were doing what we were supposed to be doing there. That worked really well. And now we're pretty much back to normal gardening, which is wonderful. And we have plans to bring back the student volunteers through Scott Dreyer of the Volunteers for Youth as soon as we establish a solid safety practice. And that's up to me. So I need to get moving on that. Okay, next. All right, so why do we garden? Kind of a big picture. It's a wonderful community, make great friendships, you get fresh produce, and we all work together as a team. And if you're on vacation or you can't come for a week, somebody else is taking care of it for you. So it's just a wonderful opportunity to all work together. Okay, next. Okay, so this garden is a bit interesting on how it works. So we have a steering committee, a group of volunteers that get together, decide on what crops to grow, the rotation so that we have a proper process for that, and planting schedules. There's not one leader, and we rotate, taking terms in leading each session. We do have some folks that do it most of the time. And we do request a donation of $40 if finances allow, and we get a lot of free supplies from a variety of folks. And like I said, like it says here, it's like it doesn't seem like it would work, but it really does. And it's Carrboro, so of course it does. Next. Okay, so we've accomplished a lot. We've, since 2008, we've had a great garden going. We've grown every year, and we produce. Especially in the height of the season, we produce a lot more tomatoes and other crops than we can use. And we donate that to IFC Food Shelter and the Women's Shelter, IFC Food Pantry and the Women's Shelter, sorry. And we've taught different skills about gardening to a number of people as they've come through. Some folks stay for 10 years, some folks stay for a season. However often you want to come, it works. We've participated in graduate school research projects, with UNC right there. Got a number of folks come in and ask questions. And we recently received a grant to upgrade things inside the garden. Okay, next. Okay, so this is our future objectives. Mostly is to do the same thing we have been doing, grow organic produce and share with participants in the wider community. We'd like to expand outreach. I'm hoping maybe we can work with the town on that some to get more knowledge about the garden and the opportunities and let folks know that the garden is for everybody in Carrboro. We've had some challenges, especially during COVID, but we're a really strong group of people, a lot of bright people in this community. So I know we can solve all of our problems. Right now, we're working with the new pumping system and to make sure it works most efficiently for our garden and also for the family garden, as Jeanette had mentioned. And we're putting in the new fence right now, so I'm sure the rabbits are having a field day tonight, and probably the deer as well. But they'll get up, and then they'll keep them all out, and we'll have a wonderful season again. Thank you.
Yeah, that grant that Heidi mentioned we got is what's going to help us create an internal water system inside the garden, hopefully. So since the town paid for the outside pump, we're going to use that money to get the water moving around inside.
Thanks, Jeanette.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. I know some of you, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Eric Allman. I help with the Baldwin Garden, and I'll give you some background information. You can go to the next slide. The Baldwin Garden was created after the MLK Garden and Family Garden. It was in 2012. It was originally put together by some Northside neighbors, interested citizens. Took off pretty quickly and got some grant funding, and then expanded in 2014 because of the popularity, included more beds, and we also have a really nice pollinator garden. Next slide. It is a plot-based, similar to the Family Garden. There are about 32 individual plots. So a couple are raised, which are wheelchair accessible. Some are 4x8, some are 4x12, and a couple are used for either sharing of herbs or vegetables that we share either amongst ourselves, but more importantly, we tend to donate to charity and the food banks, like the other gardens do. Next slide. We have a completely sustainable cistern that we, you can see pictures there, capture the rainwater from one of the only pavilion at Baldwin Garden, Baldwin Park, and it goes underwater and by gravity, is gravity fed for all of our water. Next slide. We also have a shed and tools and a communication board at the entrance to help people communicate with each other. Next slide. We do have an application process and a similar kind of plot fee that we ask for. And then, but again, have yet to experience this, but if someone says they cannot pay, we will never turn anybody away. And we do prioritize people within the Northside neighborhood. And each member is asked to work 2 garden work days. Again, we have like a community work day. So while everyone can manage their own plot, we have to work together for capital projects and larger projects and weeding projects. Next slide. The last couple years, as at least most of my time anyway, has been spent on expanding the water catchment system. So we used to have 1,000 gallon tank. We expanded that to 2 1,000 gallon tanks. So hopefully, because we were running out of water several times a year, and it was really challenging for, as you know, without water, you cannot garden. So that is, as of last week, complete. So we will have now 2,200 gallons of water, which should last us no problem. We've done tons of outreach. We have a really good core base of volunteers within our garden. Again, we don't have a leadership. We just have volunteers who kind of help manage and guide us, but we get feedback from everybody. But great volunteers. We've been outreaching, spent at least more than 200 hours in the past year, and have worked with the Jackson Center with both donations, but also getting volunteers. I will also say the CCGC, which is the Carrboro Community Garden Coalition, which is used to kind of to refer to the garden at MLK Park, is also an incorporated group, which I'll mention in a second. And I think we've done a really good job of trying to, over the last couple of years, get us together on that. And we've also, per the town's request, have garden insurance. Next slide. So I'll just remind everybody, because I think this is something that we've done a good job of, is expanding kind of how we communicate within all the gardens and also with the town. We are an incorporated group that always has been that way. And its goal is to really help gardeners communicate and expand other gardens in Carrboro. And we are now under the umbrella of the Carrboro Parks Project in their 503c status. And I think it's been a great way for us to share, how do you guys get compost, or how do you guys get leaf mulch? Here's how we do our rain catchment system, and both sharing knowledge, potentially financial resources and volunteer resources. So it's been a really good accomplishment. Next slide. Our goals for the next year are going to be to improve how we share seeds amongst each other. We also have many of the beds, all of ours are made with wood. It's quite cumbersome, but we need to replace some of those. We want to continue how we donate and get food to the Jackson Center and try to make that happen both easier and more often. We definitely want to expand some of the mulching projects we've done within the rows of the beds and possibly grow some mushrooms within the garden. Next slide. One of our biggest challenges is actually probably like the family garden is because things are made of wood, they rot very quickly. So 32 beds, almost all of them made out of wood, is really challenging for volunteers to both pay for and replace. That is definitely a challenge for us. We are going to have some capital projects coming up, including a fence, which unfortunately Baldwin is not being, the park is not being renovated and will not get a free fence, I'm going to guess. And we'll probably need a shed at some point. So we have some challenges underway for that. We are finding ways to compost the things that we have there, which again is just sustainability. Definitely improving communications amongst the gardeners. And unfortunately, for the last 2 years, we've actually had a wait list and finding ways to help get as many gardeners in as we possibly can and not have beds go unused. So that's one of our challenges that we're going to keep working on. Next slide. And that's just a nice picture of our garden. If you haven't been to the Baldwin Garden, I encourage you to go, especially in the next few weeks as we start to plant and things grow. I'm happy to answer any questions about the Baldwin Garden.
Thank you, Eric.
We should say that for anybody on the council who does not know, the town has been very gracious in providing us leaf mulch. They'll actually, and Baldwin too, as far as I know. Eric has also contacted them, and they'll bring just a dump truck full of leaf mulch to us, which is great because we used to have to go and fill up buckets in our cars. So this is much better. And the landscaping crew has also been really great about when we're doing like a spring cleaning or whatever, and like the boards that are rotting, they will pile everything and they pick it all up and take it to the landfill for us, which is also great. I don't know if they've done that for you yet, Eric. But that has been extremely helpful. Dylan has been really great about just anytime I text him being like, there's a pile of junk, please go and get it. And he's like, no problem, I'll do that for you. So that has been incredibly helpful because oddly, we are all gardeners that don't own pickup trucks. So we have no way to get a lot of this stuff out of the parks when, it starts to become hazardous or whatever. So that's been really great. And we really appreciate the town's support in those ways.
Thanks so much, Jeanette. Thank you, Heidi and Eric, also for that update about these great amenities, these great projects really that have been going on for many years now. And I think have evolved into a nice partnership between you all and the town in a lot of ways, as you've mentioned. Council members, if any of you have any questions, I'm happy to recognize you for that. And then once we have shared our thoughts or asked our questions, I think we're asked by the staff to accept this presentation. So we'll start with Sammy, then Susan, then Randy. And Sammy, you're on mute, sorry. You're still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry about that. Yeah, just super glad to hear about the gardens and how y'all have evolved, and it's so exciting to see how things have sustained themselves and the projects and the collaboration with the town in providing amenities. I do want to flag, as Eric was pointing out, I'm okay because of the development of that park. The garden there has benefited with some infrastructure improvements, and Mr. Manager, it may make sense to think about Baldwin Park Garden in our coming budget cycle and recognize some of their needs in terms of fencing and perhaps identifying some raised bed alternatives to cedar is a really good alternative. And actually, Eric, I know a source that is reasonable and much cheaper than most wood nowadays in hardware stores. So we'll connect on that, but maybe the town could provide funds because we have been doing that for the MLK Park, and you guys shouldn't be doing it solely as volunteers. I think that would be a good thing. The other thing I want to flag for everyone, but really to solicit some ideas and thoughts for us to prepare for is as the library is being built and the 203 project is developing, there's an intention and I believe some space being set aside for a seed library there. So perhaps the Carrboro Gardening Coalition could be a partner in making that happen. So just share that, plant that seed with the other gardeners, and let's see where we go with it. And we're we'll be needing to have those conversations. I'm not sure if it's going to be managed by the county library or if that's a town project, but we need to get clarity on it, and that could be very exciting. Anyways, thank you so much for the updates. I hope to make it out to those gardens soon. Love y'all.
Thank you, Sammy. Susan, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I also want to just begin by saying, Jeanette, Heidi, and Eric, first, how much I appreciate you as volunteers and all of the many, many hours that you devote to this really exciting opportunity for so many community members, and also mobilizing so many other volunteers to have an opportunity to participate. So it's a really wonderful gift you are providing to Carrboro. Thank you. And I will say it's especially important during the pandemic. And I was really so happy to hear that you continued on during the pandemic, and the relaxation and the therapy that people get from working outside and working with their hands. Not only that, but also the sense of community I'm sure some of the gardeners had at a time when we were all pretty isolated from each other. So thank you. Two kind of quick questions. Jeanette, let me start with you. I was really interested in hearing about the Karen Burmese refugees that are gardening, and I'm curious to what extent are they planting native vegetables, and if they are, to what extent they are sharing some of those vegetables with other members of the refugee community.
So they are planting pretty much only, if you mean native to Myanmar,
mm-hmm.
Yes, that is pretty much all they plant. It's really funny because we offer out of our budget every season. At the beginning of the season, we'll get together and I'll say, like, okay, who wants what plants? Because if I buy them wholesale, it's cheaper. So who's planting lettuce? I'll buy a flat of lettuce or whatever. And the Karen gardeners laugh at me because they're like, you can't buy what we want. Like, I don't know where they get their seeds from. I don't know if they brought them. I don't know if relatives mail them. I don't know, but they grow amazing plant. I mean, their plants are just pretty. Like, all of their vegetables are just pretty. Somebody at one point grew a squash. I swear to God, it was as big as I am. Like, it was just, I don't know if you eat those or if you just like decorate with them. But so yeah, so they have offered to like help us grow some of those things, like other families grow some of those things. But again, the communication barrier is really a challenge because a lot of them, their children speak English. And so if their children come to the garden, they will interpret for them, but they don't. And so a lot of times if it's just the adults in the garden, like everybody's very friendly towards each other, but it's very hard for everyone to talk to each other and share their knowledge in that sense. Mm-hmm. But their beds, their 10 beds are almost exclusively vegetables from Myanmar, mm-hmm. or I'm assuming from Myanmar. They're certainly not your traditional vegetables grown on the East Coast of the U.S. So.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And a lot of sorry, Susan, a lot of the gardeners, the Karen gardeners that we have, we'll have them for a little while, and then space opens up in the it called? Planting traditions,
Transplanting traditions.
transplanting traditions. Like space will open up there, and our gardeners will go there, and we'll get new gardeners. So it's like we're like like the like starting ground for families who are like learning to garden and seeing if they like it, and then they move on to the larger garden that that the families are working on together out there.
Right. Thank you, Jeanette. And the only other thing I was going to say is, Eric, I was really so happy to hear about the 2 beds that are handicapped accessible at the Baldwin Park. And I'm going to, if it's okay, follow up with you. I can do that through an email. I just had a couple of questions I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah.
So thank you all again so much. This has just been a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Susan. Randy?
Yeah, well, thank you all, Jeanette, Heidi, and Eric. It's an enormous amount of work managing to keep folks moving forward and motivated through COVID. Must have been a tremendous effort, and I can't thank you enough for the leadership that you bring, even though it's shared leadership. That's the toughest kind. So I wanted to say that. I wanted to also point out to Jeanette and thank you all with the Family Garden for working to get interpreters. I think that's really important, and I'm really glad that you've put time and effort towards that. I think that's a wonderful recognition of being able to be truly inclusive and incorporating the folks in the community. It's also a great learning opportunity. When I've been out in the garden with you, Jeanette, or with Heidi, I see the kind of sharing that takes place between folks, between the master gardeners and the folks who are learning and the families. So I really appreciate that. Eric, I'm really delighted to see and hear about the water and the cistern working out. I remember when we were building the Baldwin Park and setting up the cistern, we had no idea whether or not it was going to work, and it's wonderful to see that it has, and it's really taken off. Eric, I'm just curious about how many immediate neighbors in the Baldwin Park area are engaged.
Thanks, Randy. Quite a few, actually. I'm still learning all the gardeners. There are, just like probably at the Family and MLK Garden, several people who have been there forever. And but many people I know live within stone's throw, like literally in the backyard of the garden. And then several live in the North Side neighborhood and either bike or walk there. I do not know every single person within the garden personally, but I know that there are a fair amount of people who live in the North Side neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering, because North Side is, the school is over in North Side too. Is there interest in the North Side area of creating also a more neighborhood-centric community garden there?
I haven't heard of anything. I know that there's people interested. We've had some of the, like one of the daycares right next to there show interest. Again, we work with the community center, the Jackson Center. I think we're going to continue those outreach efforts. And if there is interest, probably the biggest part will be to find a place to put it. But but I think that's where the CCGC is poised to help someone like that or a group like that. And whether it's a church organization or the school system or the community center, I think we're poised with resources, both knowledge and finances, where we could, and then communication with the town to say, hey, let's help make this happen. It's just a matter of having enough kind of push behind it. So,
Well, I asked because as part of the Carrboro Community Climate Action Plan, Green Neighborhoods, one of the key interests of folks in the neighborhoods is community gardens. I'm wondering if the CCGC can work with us with the Green Neighborhood Initiative to help promote that where neighborhoods express interest.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll speak for both myself and the Baldwin Garden. I know enough members who are interested in those sort of things. So be happy to do that.
Very cool. And there was one other point I wanted to make, and I wanted to thank Heidi and ask and Jeanette and ask Eric. The community garden is interested in having a table at Earth Day, Carrboro's Earth Day on April 22nd. So Eric, if Baldwin Park would like to do the same, just get in touch. As I said, there's great interest in community gardens throughout Carrboro, and what we want to do is be able to showcase models that are really working. And just going to give a quick shout out to Sammy, who was one of the folks who pushed hardest, earliest.
Mm-hmm. I think Sammy started the community garden, didn't you, Sammy?
I think so.
Yeah, with a few people.
At least that's the lore in the garden, is that Sammy started it. So.
No, we started by having a charrette because the park was empty, and we were imagining what we could do there, and that was a group of friends that were part of the Carrboro green space. But I also just want to ask you, the queen bee, is that still active in the garden? And that was inspired by the Zapatistas, which was all about rotating leadership, because everyone has the capacity to do it. And so I'm really glad to hear that structure is still intact and so resilient.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If I could just quickly, Randy, since you were talking about expanding gardens, in case any of you happen to hear from a person named Steckley Lee, I got an email and this person has never responded back to me, and I have no idea how to find them, but they were inquiring about starting a community garden on town land. They said, we are the neighborhood that is between 54 Jones Ferry, Westbrook Drive, and Berry Hill Drive. Walking distance to some of the Jones Ferry apartment complexes on the other side of 54, as well as Chambers Ridge Apartments, Poplar Place Apartments, Weather Hill Townhomes, Tennis Club Estates, and Rosewalk Townhomes. So apparently there's town land somewhere over there, and I can send this email to you guys if that would be helpful. And there's some interest in starting a community garden over there. And I wrote back to this person and said, CCGC would be happy to chat with you and start to work on something over there. And I mean, I think it would be wonderful if some of those apartment complexes had walking access. I mean, obviously they all have access to our garden if they want to come, but if they could walk to the garden, that would be fantastic. But I've never heard back from this person, and I don't know who this is or where the town land is over there. So just mention it to all of you in case anybody.
Yeah, Jeanette, if you would pass along that information, that would be helpful.
Sure. And if you end up finding them and they're still interested in doing it and just didn't receive my email or something, we are more than happy. I mean, I'm going to speak for Eric and Heidi here. We are more than happy to take as many gardens under our umbrella as can be created and, help them be successful. Mm-hmm. I don't think any of the three of us can be the ones who specifically go start a new garden, but being a support for somebody else who wants to, I think we all would be thrilled to have another garden join. So.
Thank you. And next, and finally, I think is Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Heidi, Jeanette, and Eric for your presentations. It brought a lot of clarity and answered, most of the questions that I had, but I do have a few more. So I want to know if you have any Black or Hispanic families that are engaged with any of the gardens. And I did hear you mention about doing some outreach, but I don't know if that's the kind of outreach you were talking about. So that was question number one. Number two, always interested in the community impact. I realize that families are using different plots, they're gardening and harvesting and whatnot. But I also heard you talk about food donations to like the Jackson Center, Heavenly Groceries, and I think a couple of others. And I don't know how you decide who you, give that food to, but another one I was thinking of was RENA, the Rogers Eubanks Neighborhood Association. I don't know if that's possible for you to do that, but of course, I think they would appreciate any kind of food donations from the gardens. And last but not least, I know you talked about a waiting list. And so I'm figuring that this is first come, first serve as far as being able to get into the garden. And again, thank you so much. The presentation was great. The work is good. It's much needed in the community. And just thank you again.
Thanks, Barbara. Some of these I can answer, but the North Side Neighborhood Garden at Baldwin, we do have people of color, lots of different backgrounds, people who have lived here a long time and people who are new to the country. We don't keep statistics per se. And again, I don't know every single person personally. I know there's African-American folks, and I know that there are both Hispanic and people of Asian background in our garden. We don't keep statistics. We do have an outreach. We would love to have a diverse group. We have a very diverse age group, and then a few people of color, but we do not have as diverse a group as I think anyone would like. And I think we're always striving for ways to make that happen. So any ways to spread the word that you all have. We do advertise in all the town, like the website and the Parks and Rec, kind of group, I think, their brochure. So if there's any other ways that we can provide outreach, we'd love to entertain those and happy to do them. And we would also be, I think, entertaining. We're finding ways to donate food in the Rogers Road is definitely something we can do. It's probably more just because we've had more volunteers in connection with the Jackson Center, and it is again, it is a neighborhood community garden park. So I think that's why we've chosen to go there. But that doesn't mean we can't go there. There is no rhyme or reason other than that, probably. So happy to expand how we donate food.
Yeah, and our part of the garden is very similar. We've got, different folks. We've had African Americans, Asians, Hispanic, but we would definitely like more diversity. We don't actually have families, it's individuals. And if they bring their kids, the kids need to be able to work with the parents because, we don't babysit. But yeah, we would encourage if you have better ideas or new ideas of how to reach out. I'm also on the climate action committee for the town. So as we move forward and work on getting new gardens or, increasing expansion there, I can help out on both sides of that, from the garden side and from the climate action committee. Did I miss a question? Sorry.
No, I mean, you're fine. Thank you, Heidi. I was asking, so the families, it's first come, first serve is because I heard the part about the waiting list. So I'm assuming that, and then you say you have families that come and they stay and, so that's what I was asking.
For our garden, anybody can come at any time. And we don't have a waiting list for the CCGC, the communal part of it. So people just show up whenever they want. If you can come for a month and then you can't come from 3, that's fine. You don't have a plot. We all share plots. We all discuss what we're going to plant each season, and we all work together.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Again,
and then the family garden, we have, actually, Barbara, this is something you all could help us on. We have talked, CCGC as a whole has talked about, is there a way we can collect statistics on, African Americans, Asian background, Hispanic, that kind of a thing. But we actually don't know how to do that. And it feels uncomfortable. Well, to me anyways, it feels uncomfortable adding like boxes to a form. Like, we don't even give out a form at the Carrboro Community Garden. Like, nobody has to sign anything necessarily to come. So we don't really know how to capture those statistics. We don't want to just like look at people and assume kind of a thing.
And so let me give you some clarity. So I don't need the statistics. I was just asking if you actually had African Americans or Hispanics engaging at the gardens. I'm not looking for statistics or to check a box, but just reemphasizing the importance of it actually being, community, and community is everybody.
Of course.
And that's the reason why I was asking that. I wouldn't want to, collect statistics or add a box or anything. So don't worry.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we do. The family garden does have a few. We actually have a few French families, a few Spanish families, a lot of Karen families. We have 2 African-American families. So we do, but it is first come, first serve in our garden too, in terms of the waiting list. I don't know, Eric, how do you guys, is yours first come, first serve?
Yeah. First come, first serve.
Yeah. So, and usually what we tell people is if you're waiting for a spot, go garden in the Carrboro Community Garden, because you don't have to wait. Everybody just gardens. So just go over there while you're on the waiting list for your own plot. And we've actually lost people to that. We've had several people who are like, I don't want to plot anymore. I'm just going to stick with them. So.
Thank you so much, y'all. This has been a great update. Really appreciate hearing all the good news and the expansion work and upgrades that you're doing on those sites. It's really exciting. Council members, would entertain a motion to accept the presentation.
Yes.
Seconded by Randy.
With a request, Damon, with a request for the Baldwin Garden to share what their needs are in terms for the manager to include that potentially in our budget.
Okay, so it's been moved by Sammy and seconded by Randy that we accept the presentation and encourage our visitors to share some information. I guess Eric share some information with the manager about what the garden's needs might be in terms of, it sounds like new fencing and other capital needs, and how the town might be able to partner with that. Okay.
Damien, who do you want me to send the email to for that other garden interest?
You can send to me or to the manager. Either one I think would be fine.
Okay.
I'll probably just send it to the manager, so you might just. But
I'm happy. Send it to the manager.
Happy to be in that loop for sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeanette. Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. We'll do the roll call vote. Barbara.
Aye.
Randy.
Aye.
Danny.
Aye.
Susan.
Aye.
Sammy.
Aye.
And me, aye. Matter passes unanimously. Thanks again, Jeanette, Heidi, Eric. Great to see you.
Thank you all.
Garden. Okay, Mr. Manager, we're moving on. I know we're running a little behind here, so asked for any help you can offer on that would be appreciated. You have a presentation, I assume, about the next item.
Yes, a brief one. The next item is authorization for the town manager to enter into a contract for compensation and class study. First, this item is to authorize the town manager to enter into a contract with Management Advisory Group International Incorporated to complete a compensation and classification study for the town. And the Human Resources Director, Julie Eckenroth, will make a few comments about the item.
Great. Thank you. Wesley and Mary would bring Julie over, please. There she is. Welcome, Julie. Good to see you.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you as well. So tonight we bring before you a proposal to allow the manager to enter in a contract for a compensation and class study. There are several kind of things that came together recently that have just really yielded the need for this for our organization. Probably one of the most obvious ones is that I'm sure, as you've all heard, kind of in general, the United States is experiencing this great resignation where employees are looking for employment elsewhere for a variety of reasons. It may be better pay or a more flexible schedule, among other things. So we are definitely experiencing that ourselves. We've definitely seen an uptick in separations from the town, primarily due to resignations. in the past several months. Additionally, we've noticed that several of our neighboring jurisdictions have also recently either embarked on or are already implementing recommendations from class and compensation studies. We're seeing a lot of minimum salaries increase for jobs across the organization. You also are aware of some of our departments that have pretty high vacancy rates right now, particularly our police department. Some of our public works positions are struggling to recruit right now, and we think that our salary ranges may be affecting that as well. And so as we look at embarking on our own class and comp study, one thing that we really hope is to kind of develop a compensation philosophy. So the philosophy, and I'll use that term kind of loosely for what we've had for the town of Carrboro, is primarily been to use cost of living adjustments. We generally call them across the board raises that we offer our employees as the budget allows once a year. And so as we've seen, you all know with an employee who departed us recently, those cost of living adjustments over time have not increased our employees' buying power at all for at least the past decade. And so the town also has not had merit also in about that same amount of time, maybe a little bit less, maybe more about 8 or 9 years rather than a decade. But so understanding what merit might look like for us again is something that we may learn from this study, as well as just making sure we're matching the market, that we're able to be competitive with the variety of neighbors that we compete against for our employees, and to hopefully stop losing our employees to other similar organizations. And so we've done some research. We found a really great consultant to work with. They've worked with neighboring jurisdictions in the very recent past, even definitely within the last year, even within this last 6 months. So they're well positioned to know our area and have already done some of the data collecting that will be helpful for us to use as we embark on this as well. And so with all those things kind of combined, we felt like this was a really good time going into a new fiscal year to try and complete this study. So this group, Management Advisory Group International, they have proposed about a 120-day study for us to get some information back and start looking to make some changes to our compensation plan and really set us up for the future as well, to stay competitive in the future and to make sure that we're on track to retain the great employees that we have.
Great. Thanks for that background, Julie. It is a tough situation we find ourselves in a lot of ways, I think, not only in our town staff, but also I think all of you know the Chapel Hill Transit has been experiencing a similar challenge with filling bus operator positions, and it's really happening all over. And I think smaller communities like ours in metro regions where we are competing essentially for the same pool of potential applicants with much larger jurisdictions can also, I think, be another challenge for us. So hopefully this study will help us address some of those questions. So we'll go to Sammy first, and then Barbara, and then Susan. Sammy?
Thanks. Thanks, Julie, for bringing this to us. Makes a lot of sense. One thing that stood out to me in the abstract was how the last time we did a study, we didn't follow through completely to implement it. And this time around, maybe one of the things we're asking of the consultant is an implementation schedule and program, and that way that won't fall through the cracks, because it's employees are the core of what we do, and we need to not let that fall through the cracks. It's essential. Along with that is I would be interested also in seeing, as sometimes we have bad budget years, sometimes we cut corners by saying, oh, yeah, we're not increasing the cost of living for employees. And I think we, in the spirit of what you're saying, changing our philosophy, like that's one of those core things that we can't cut. You know, it's one of the last things we should be cutting. And in that spirit, I'd be interested in seeing over the last decade, since the last study was done, what has the erosion been on that front. And, you know, not that that would be a fix-all, as you correctly point out. It hasn't changed, you know, keeping up with the cost of living index doesn't change the buying power. So I'm glad you got your pulse on that, and they'll be helping us think about that too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sammy. Great questions. Barbara?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Julie, for the lead-in for this agenda item. I want to know about the Management Advisory Group International. Is this a minority consulting firm? Or is it at least diversity-wise? I mean, what do we have?
The staff that will be working with us, there is one African-American male on the team.
One?
Four. But indicated 4 staff members will be working with us. One of the 4 will be.
One? It's gonna get times 10. Thank you, Mr. White. So the answer to that is actually no, correct?
No, in the sense of they're not
Mr.
a
White.
firm. They're not a minority firm, but there will be someone working with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Barbara. Susan, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. And Julie, thank you for your presentation. This is a reminder that the town's most important investment is really our staff, and all of the programs and services that we provide will only be as good as the staff that's there to run things. And so I'm really so happy, Mr. Manager, that we're undertaking this study. I did kind of following up from Barbara's question, but this management advisory group, I know that Chapel Hill just did a similar type of wage study. And as I recall, this is the same group that Chapel Hill used as well. And so, yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, Julie.
I was just going to confirm, yes, it is.
So when you mentioned some of the data that they collected when they did their study for Chapel Hill, it sounds like we'll be able to tap into some of that same data.
Yeah, so we participate in these studies for other jurisdictions very often, probably monthly, because they're constantly going on, and when we're comparable to many cities around the state, so they often ask for our input. And so these surveys that we receive to help others are very detailed and very intricate and take quite a bit of staff time to complete. And so the good news is that this group has likely already retained a lot of that data for at least our county jurisdictions. And so we'll have that information going in straight on with this group, which will be really helpful.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Julie. And my understanding is in Chapel Hill, it basically is a 2 phases. So the first phase is lift all of the lowest salaries, lift those up, and then the second phase will be dealing with the wage compression. So once you lift all the way up at the bottom, then some of those other salaries, there's no longer that much of a gap, and those need to be lifted up. So is that what we're probably thinking about here in Carrboro, is to have 2 phases with this wage adjustment?
Yeah, I very well think it may look like that. Compression is a well-known issue that we have because we've kind of piecemealed things over time. And so we've done some partial class and comp studies around 2012 and 2017 that were done internally, which resulted in some people's wages raising, but not even all the way through a department, and definitely not through the organization. So we will be looking to address compression as part of this, and we'll kind of rely on them to tell us what the best method of implementation is. I do suspect it would be a multi-phased approach, to try and be able to, maintain any budgetary concerns that may come with it. And then make sure that, of course, it gets fully implemented, which has been one of the biggest concerns that our employees have raised.
Mhm. And final question, will this study be dealing just with wages, or will it also be looking at benefits?
It will primarily be looking at wages. However, I feel confident that they will take into consideration the value of the benefits that we offer. One thing that we are very proud of and do feel comfortable with is our benefits package. It's very rich and is definitely on par with any jurisdiction, probably in the Triangle area, if not maybe one of the leaders. So I think they'll definitely take into consideration that. What it also will look at is compensation and classification. So ensuring that jobs are properly classified within our pay grade system. Innately, job responsibilities kind of morph over time. So a job description that maybe the job has been fulfilled by the same person for 10 years, they're actually have a little bit different job responsibilities that they're doing now, and that may require them to be in a different pay grade than they've been classified in for several years. So it will certainly be looking at compensation and classification.
So as what you're saying is, as a result of the study, we may be creating some new pay grades here in Carrboro to accommodate these changes from the past.
Right. Maybe not necessarily creating new ones, but maybe positions may jump up a pay grade because they've taken on more responsibility over time, for example.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you so much.
Hey, Danny.
Thanks so much, Mayor and Julie and Mr. Manager. I just want to reiterate my enthusiasm for this, and just be mindful that as we talk so much on this council and throughout our boards about the difficulty of making sure that all of our town can keep up as cost of living and affordability continues to be a challenge. We really just appreciate the proactivity in keeping our staff front and center there. And so I'm really, really eager to get this done. And with that in mind, I would like to move the resolution to permit this contract.
Danny, there's a motion by Danny to approve the attachment, which authorizes the manager to enter into this agreement. Is there a second before we continue?
I thank you, Mayor. I'll second that. And I just want to say real quickly, when I talk about these minority firms, I'm serious. And it's not a good idea not to have a good response. And so I just wanted to put that out there. These are public dollars we're spending. And I think it's really important for us to be using our race equity strategies, our GARE strategies, One Orange, all that we have at our disposal. And that includes procurement. I mean, I feel like I've said that like 50,000 times. So when I do bring it up, I am very serious about it, and hopefully, we'll actually start seeing that somewhere in the very near future. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Barbara, for that. Okay, so been moved by Danny and seconded by Barbara that we approve attachment A and authorize the manager in an agreement. I think, can I take as part of that motion that Sammy had one question about being interested in seeing data on erosion of buying power over the past decade as part of this process, just some information about those kinds of things. And can I take it, Barbara and Danny, that that's included in your motion? Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Damon. Could I also just add the implementation schedule / plan?
Right, and the insistence on getting some assistance with the implementation schedule. Thank you, Sammy.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Barbara?
Aye.
Randy?
Aye.
Danny?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
And Damon, I vote aye. Matter passes unanimously. Thank you, Julie. Very helpful. Looking forward to getting the results. And thank you, Mr. Manager. Okay. Next up, Mr. Manager.
Okay, the next item is a work session. It's continued council discussion of Carrboro Connects, the 2022 to 2042 comprehensive plan. The purpose of this agenda items for the town council to consider and specify revisions to the draft comprehensive plan, Carrboro Connects 2022 through 2042. And our planning director, Trish McGuire, will have a few introductory comments.
Great. Let's bring Trish on over. Welcome, Trish.
Good evening. Thank you very much. It's nice to see you. I know that really glad to be here tonight with you all, representing the large team of community members who and support staff who have worked together to bring us to this point in the process. With me this evening are several staff members. First from TESCA, Scott Goldstein and Francie Salinger Lawrence, and from the town, Ben Barrelsheimer, and then a number of other people I'm sure in the audience and staff member here as well, as our the rest of our team. This plan is expected to carry the town forward from a policy perspective for the next 20 years, with regular evaluations expected once every year, and then updates on a 5-year schedule. So we have structured the work session for you this evening to give you space to dig in to the details, weed out the pieces and parts that you don't feel are needed, and to work on nurturing and adjusting those sections of the document that you feel can be improved with some additional nutrients and light and so forth. Forgive me for my puns about the gardens, but such a wonderful part of our community, and I wanted to just play with that a little bit. The document we're working on is a draft from November 16th, and it is the document that has been out for review for some time. And though I did want to mention that a few of the comments that you got in the packet actually did refer to the previous draft, the preliminary draft. And I know some of the confusion or about this page numbers resulted from that. And we apologize for any confusion that may have caused, as well as the general working in this digital world with PDFs and printed documents and so forth. So for that, we really appreciate your detailed attention to this plan to this point. Tonight, as you continue the February 22nd discussion, I want to just mention that you did receive comments from 7 members of the public that night, as well as a packet of information that was the written comments from all the advisory boards who had reviewed the plan since November 16th, comments that we had received from staff, as well as from members of the general public. Since then, we have received some additional comments, and we've compiled those all together and included them in your packet. And that takes us through what we had received as of Friday morning. We are still working towards adoption of this plan, hopefully well in advance of the deadline set by the general statutes, which is July 1st, 2022. Regarding the schedule, if the edits are finalized tonight, and they're mostly changes to wording and the incorporation of the written comments you've seen so far, we are definitely on track for bringing back a revised draft for you in April. We have April 19th identified for that date. For that review. If there are more extensive changes, or we need to have back and forth about interpreting some of the comments and direction, we'll probably need some more time. We do have May 10th identified as the date when we can bring back for you the document as well. And then there'll be a few more meetings then before the end of the year if we needed to take a further look. We have the summary tables available to walk through if that is helpful, as well as the slides from February 22nd. I did just want to make one note. There was some discussion on February 22nd about the future land use map. We just, as staff, we just wanted to emphasize this. We had answered the question about it, but felt it was just important. The comment was in relation to the boldness of the plan and what the map is fairly yellow, which is our current zoning map. And this is a land use map, not a zoning map, but so there's some similarities there. And so I know it doesn't appear to be much of a change. We wanted to just mention that the plan does lay out strategies to achieve major changes if that is what the community ultimately wants. It's not necessarily what we heard universally in the engagement for this document. And so more detailed evaluation of segments of the town, nodes and corridors, to achieve changes are really needed to be able to make those kind of changes on a map, on a future land use map. We can talk about that further, but I just wanted to clarify that for you this evening. So Francie, Ben, Scott and I are here. We're ready to assist. We have our shovels, our trowels, our wheelbarrows ready. Take all that you can share with us, and so you have our attention, and we really appreciate the chance to work with you right now. Thanks so much.
We certainly welcome all of you being here again with us to be part of this work session. And I do want to kind of stress that feature of what we're doing tonight, which is we are in a work session. It's been a while since we did something like this, which is an opportunity for council members to, as Trish said, dig in using the community garden metaphor, and really focus in on the things we need to achieve, and that the staff has and the consultants have asked us for. And I think we got a good head start in our last meeting about this topic, that I think allowed us to get a sense of the structure of the plan, the specific questions the staff would like us to address, and then the opportunity, the public comments that we heard both in person or virtually, and over email and throughout the community engagement process over the past 2 years, and make sure that those things and our priorities as council members are reflected in the guidance that we offer to staff tonight. And Barbara, I do see your hand. I'll call you on you just 1 minute. The email that I sent out to the council last Friday kind of structured what I think makes sense for us to be doing tonight, which is to go through the kind of categories or areas of commentary where the staff specifically encouraged us to focus our attention. And so you'll remember in that email, I think I called out 5 specific areas where I hope that you would focus yourselves, and so that we can A, be sure to answer the questions that staff asked of us, and B, made some time for adding any of our own comments or thoughts, or doing our best to reflect what we've heard in public comments. So I have done what I can to collect what we've heard so far in terms of some of the comments we heard in the last meeting on this topic, as well as, for example, Sammy, as you know, sent out an email in advance of the meeting collecting his own comments on some of those specific points. And I've heard comments from some other council members in the meantime, and we'll be hearing some more comments tonight about things we want to add, adapt, tweak, whatever. And so I have that all in one place that I'm happy for us to look at while we're working tonight together, and sort of go through those categories of things that we need to talk about. So before we do that, though, I want to make sure to recognize Barbara too, since her hand is raised. Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Trish. And I see Scott, Francie. Is that it for tonight? Okay.
And
I see Ben B. So I have a couple of general questions. And my first one is about the current format of the draft. Now, when you guys go in and you're talking about editing, once you get input from us tonight and answer some questions, is the final format generally going to look like it does now, with like editing involving? Okay, so this is what I want to know. Like, what do you envision the final draft looking like, as far as like pulling it together? And that may answer some of my other questions or question.
Do you want to answer that, or do you want me to?
Sure, I could start out. So this document is primarily in Word for a practical reason, because it's easier for you all to review it and for us to make the changes before laying it out. We want to make this very navigable. Most people don't read a plan. Hopefully they read the first couple chapters, which is the executive summary and the introduction and talking about GARE and those types of issues. But after that, people are generally going to go to specific topic areas. And so we want to make it very easy for people to do that, whether it's a printed document or online. There will be a very complete executive summary. We're thinking about 20 pages that would be bilingual, fully bilingual. It will also be as accessible as possible for people with different disabilities. And so I think the goal for this document is to have it very understandable for everyone, for all users of Carrboro. And so we will do our best to design a document that is easy to navigate. It will also try to be, a lot of plans have lots of graphics and different things. We want to make this very straightforward and easy to use, and then illustrate concepts to bring them to life. But the wording will be the same, along with the edits that you all are asking us to do tonight. But the look and feel of it will hopefully be a really dynamic document.
Okay, and so I think I mentioned this last time at the public hearing about the language clarity. Is that coming in as a part of simplifying the format? Because there are some words in there that may need some defining. Like, what do you mean when you say walkability? Walkability where? Like the character of the town. What is that? Segregation by income. Those are a couple that I'm throwing out. And I hear you answering with when I ask about simplifying the current format, but that the language has come across, in all of that. And so I was just wanting to know what your thoughts were on that, please.
I'll start, and Trish or any of the rest of us can. It's a really important point, Barbara. And there is a glossary right now of some of those terms. At first, we had them in each chapter, but we were asked to consolidate together so you wouldn't have to hunt from one chapter to the next. So the balance is having very accessible language, but then also having very precise language. And so, yes, we will do another read through, and when we can simplify language, we can. When we need to have specific wording, we will need to find it as you've requested.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. Those are my two super general questions. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Barbara. That's actually a great segue, because the way that I've organized this kind of collated document for all of us to work through tonight starts with a section on just kind of general comments similar to the one that Barbara raised about language accessibility and so on, and the layout of the plan, the navigability of the plan, and so on. And then move on to some of these other areas. If it's okay with everyone, I'm going to share my screen so that everyone can see this document and we can start adding to it, taking things out of it, changing things, or whatever. But before I do that, I want to just maybe just sort of set a couple of expectations, and hopefully these will make sense. Because the purpose of what I'm about to show you, this document where I'm collecting all of your comments, is really to just capture our guidance to staff. It's not meant to be a polished document. It's going to have typos. It's going to have, we're not going to spend time tonight wordsmithing. The key for us tonight is to provide staff and the consultants with an understanding of the direction that we want them to go in as they approach the final draft, not only on all the issues they've specifically asked us about, but on any other issues we want to highlight as important. So I just want to throw that out there, that don't worry about as you see the document that we're working in and that we're adding to and so on. Don't worry about whether there's grammar problems or typos or whatever. That's not the point of this document. The point of this document is to send this to the manager and Trish and her team so they can see a summation of the comments that we pull together tonight and have an understanding of where they need to go next as they prepare the final draft. Okay, so having said all that, I'm going to see if I can make this share screen thing work. And you all can maybe give me an indication about whether you can see this document. I see some nodding heads, including from, I think, everybody pretty much. Okay. So as I said, I've tried to organize this document primarily in terms of the things that the staff has asked us for. But first, I wanted to start with just a space for general comments. And Barbara just mentioned one, and I've just added it. I've typed it in here while Barbara was speaking so that we didn't miss it, and I've highlighted it here. These kinds of comments about the overall plan, right? Just sort of language accessibility, as Barbara raised, and that's the one that I've added here. another one that I've included a list here of a couple others, including one that Danny had offered in conversation, one that Sammy shared as part of his list that he shared earlier today. The first one here is on the issue of metrics. And I know that we've gotten not only some comments from council members in the past, but also from the public about a lot of the metrics that are listed in the plan, in the draft plan. And one thing I wanted to sort of maybe offer as a way of thinking about those metrics is that when I think of metrics, I think of things that these are the things that we're going to measure. And I contrast that with goals, which are the things that we want to achieve. The metrics are what help us understand if we're being successful at achieving our goals. And so I raise this because I think that one of the challenges I've been having with these metrics in each of the chapters is they're not really framed or stated as metrics. They're stated, almost a lot of them, as goals, right? They list targets or thresholds and so on. And I wanted to just recommend or suggest that the metrics that are listed actually be expressed as metrics. In other words, if you have a phrase that says, that refers to some measure of success on affordable housing, for example, let's express the thing we're going to measure. But if we have a goal to express that in the goals section, rather than trying to set specific targets in terms of those metrics. So Trish, I'm not sure if that comment makes sense, or Scott, if you want to, this is making sense to you, but I think that was a challenge that I and maybe others were having with those lists of metrics, is that they're not really metrics, they're targets. And I think a lot of them, if not all of them, but a lot of them can simply be restated as actual things that are going to be measured rather than the things we want to achieve. And I see a hand from Danny.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just want to underscore this, just in case TESCA folks, this is clarifying a little bit of conversations that we've been having. That language that Damon has highlighted, what we will measure, I think may be the most accessible phrase for this header, where we have metrics and goals. Or I think rather than, basically we just need to be reflecting nouns, that will be what it is that we look at. And I think many of our community members are getting tripped up on where we have reduce X by X, the understanding that, this plan is not necessarily arriving at that X. So I would just be a little bit more directive than the mayor was in his modesty to his language of what we will measure. I think works really well toward that end.
Thank you, Danny, for the directness. Here are the things we're going to measure, not X reduced by X, but we're going to measure X. We're going to measure that thing, right? We're going to measure reduction in this item. So I think the reason I raised that here as a general comment is just that I think that actually can address a lot of those kind of blank X's and question marks that you see throughout the plan that are confusing to people and I think have us a little bit off track. So I just want to offer that as a comment. Second, I was just trying to reflect here what we've heard from a number of community members and council members and making sure that the language of the plan is as direct as it can be, bolder and more direct. I think that you all have actually done a good job of starting to get down that road with this draft and in reflecting in response to some previous comments before that public hearing draft. The other one I have listed here is one that Sammy offered in his list today, which is, again, just talking about ambiguous language, making sure that you look at things like the words consider or study. Make sure that when you say that, we actually need to do consider or study rather than just doing the thing. And if there are opportunities to find those spaces in those places in the document, replace those ambiguous kinds of things with more concrete actions. I think, again, that's a very general comment, and it may not be the case in all of those areas where you're going to replace a consider or a study with an actual concrete action, but I think there are some places where that can happen. Trish, I appreciate you mentioning in your opening comments about the issue of regular check-ins and a plan for regular updates of the comprehensive plan. And I think the draft does mention this, but I think just being as clear as we can be about what that sort of check-in and update plan is, so that people understand this is not this is a plan that will be implemented over time, and we'll get regular check-ins about how it's going, and it will be updated with some regular check-ins. So Randy.
Yeah, to go along with that, and I'm really glad you uplifted what Trish has said. I'd like somewhere for it to be underscored that this is a breathable document, that with the first 5 years of annual review and then the evaluations or the look backs afterwards are part of highlighting the breathability and the flexibility we're building into the assessment of the document.
Okay, I see Danny's hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly thank you, Trish, for heading me off at the pass and having heard this concern. I think the way that you're talking about it very much reflects what I hope to see, just in terms of including some of that process in the document. So thank you very much. I stepped away and I just wanted to make sure I relayed my gratitude. Thank you.
Like heading off at the pass, council member now.
Yes, I was hoping to follow up on Barbara's comment about the language clarity and accessibility. And it goes back to, Barbara, something that you said at the last public hearing on the providing more context around the centering racial equity in the plan. And this was in response to some of the emails we had gotten from community members. And I too think that that section where we're talking, we've got 2 pillars. I just think it's going to be so important in that racial equity pillar that we provide the context so that community members understand why is it that we are trying so hard in this plan to provide more access to our programs and services and resources and infrastructure, specifically for BIPOC community members. So I went back and I did read that pillar, and I read I think it's page 10, and I didn't see any mention of systemic institutional racism. I didn't see any mention of the fact that we've got public policies that have gone back for generations that have resulted in this huge wealth gap we have today between Blacks and whites. So I was hoping that more of that could be provided there so that there is more context for community members on why we are doing this.
Susan, did you say that was around page 10? Is that correct?
It's page 10 is what I saw, and where we talk about the race and equity pillar.
Thank you, Susan. Barbara?
Thank you, Mayor, and also Mayor Pro Tem Romaine, because I think I even might have mentioned this last time after reading, I guess maybe 1 or 2 of the emails, whatever. And so I said use it as a teachable moment, to, delve deeper as to the why, and to help folks to really understand. So thank you, Susan, for raising that. And Mayor, I don't know, are you ready to move to 1 orange, or are you still trying to fill out the general?
I'm ready to move as quickly through this as people are ready for us to move. So if we're done with folks offering these kind of general comments for the month, we can always come back to this too if things pop into your mind. But yeah, I'm happy to move on to the next topic if that's okay with everyone.
Okay, so staff asked for guidance on whether to include information about the town council's February 1st adoption of the 1 Orange Countywide racial equity framework, whether to incorporate the racial equity assessment lens and other one. Okay, I don't even understand this question. This question, it really is down in my craw. And the reason why is because race and equity are pillars, foundations for this plan. So I don't even understand why it's a matter of whether or not that we do it. I mean, we have to use the lens. This is like a policy going forth, right? This visioning document. So I am not clear why this is a question, whether we should or shouldn't versus we will and we should.
That's a great question, Barbara. Thank you. If I I think part of my memory of our last meeting, and Trish certainly can help fill this in, is that because we had so recently adopted or approved of that framework that we were presented by Anita, and there's some more of that plan to come together. I think maybe the staff just wants to know kind of how to incorporate it in that way. But I think maybe Trish, I'm muddying the water too, if you want to.
Yeah. No, I don't know. That's okay. I don't, forgive me, I don't think I was asking when I wrote, and I don't have the agenda item from the previous meeting in front of me. I don't think we were asking whether to. I think we were just noting really that how you might want to see it or expect to see it in the implementation chapter, and whether you wanted us to take it down to the level of like more specifically with items, or whether putting something as a banner or a top or as a framing to make it very clear that this is real, that one orange and the use of the racial equity evaluation lens is actually a beginning point for any of this work. It's not like we're going to be able to start on them without doing that. We have to do that. That's what you've adopted. I mean, that's what has been adopted as policy for the town with that plan. So really, it was, and I'm sure I tried to use a few words to explain what I was thinking. In that, sorry about that.
Tricia, it's very possible too that in my paraphrasing of your agenda content that I somehow misstated it. But I think I'd echo what Barbara said, and what I think I hear you echoing is that yes, absolutely, the framework.
No question.
Built into the plan. And maybe a way to respond to what you just asked, Trish, is to state outright that part of making that pillar a reality of this plan, right, is by implementing and using the the one orange framework that we've adopted, and just being very clear about that in that section, that when we talk about using these lenses and so on, that's what we mean. That's how we implement. That's how we make that pillar a reality of this plan.
Yeah, thank you. That was the expectation. It was really sort of a nuts and bolts question about whether you had any preferences down in the weeds about the way the implementation is structured. And I think an overarching framing of it is very appropriate, and maybe a combination. Some of them may benefit from having it spelled out more deeply as well. So,
and so we are saying we're going to use the lens.
Absolutely, yes, without question. That is our expectation, and so yes.
Okay,
that was not a question.
Here that
done. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Include overarching commentary about the use of the framework and the real and the implementation of the plan. Danny?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Trish and Barbara, for getting this exactly right. I would suggest that this probably belongs on page 6 to start with in the introduction, for at least for the first mention. I think that's the page where, if we're able to devote, it could be as little as 3 paragraphs compared to what currently exists on that page, for the significance of the racial equity initiatives and the history of also our town members pushing us really hard on that through this process. I think it's, it helps to surface that context, and then also come back to it in the implementation section. I think that would be like sort of an appropriately grounding 2-prong approach.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Okay, I think we've answered that question for staff pretty clearly. Thanks for that, Trish. That's for that.
Thank you.
My paraphrase. Okay, so the next section where staff wanted some guidance is what I've been calling the red text, because as Trish and her team pointed out, there are a few spots in the draft plan where they highlighted some text in red, which was where they wanted some direction from us. That list of red text items is summarized in the agenda abstract, and I've also summarized them in this table. The page number is on the left, and then under the next column is the actual item, and then the third column is feedback that we can provide to staff. Some of it we'll need to reconcile with each other, but here's the content we have so far. So let me just go through here. And also just say some of this we actually discussed in our last meeting, and so maybe don't need to have a full-throated discussion about it again, but we'll see how that goes. On the first item, This is about the sidebar on Westwood Cemetery. The question was about, whether that sidebar was using the right language. It seemed from our last discussion, as well as from the feedback we've had so far, that, it makes sense to call that out and to mention that it's like community discussion needs to resolve that issue, but the comprehensive plan itself is not going to do that. I had also mentioned, I believe in that meeting, that it might be useful to place that topic in the context of the Recreation and Parks Master Plan, or to at least mention that plan exists and could perhaps help inform any consideration of new park spaces and green spaces and so on. Sammy and Danny offered also, some opinion about that. Randy.
Yeah, I guess my question is, and I actually have two questions. One, do you think, because we're referring to a sidebar and the sidebar language is not shown here, do you want to read it out? Or I don't know how many people might be watching who are like, what is this? What are we talking about here? And because sometimes the numbers don't match. So if we could either read out what we're talking about on these, okay?
I will read it out. This is on page 145 of the document.
Right, right.
A sidebar feature about park access and so on. The red text that we're talking about is, it says, note, through Carrboro Connect's engagement, there have been calls for converting the green space adjoining Westwood Cemetery into a park, and others who wish to respect the historic legacy of the cemetery and allow the cemetery use to expand. This is an ongoing community issue to be explored further. The one note that we had in terms of amending that language was, I believe, from Barbara in the last meeting, about just being clear that it's not adjoining the cemetery, that it is the green space in the cemetery. So I think Chris took that note last time from us as well.
Yeah, Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, just real quick. I'm sorry, Randy, because you even said the undeveloped portion of Westwood Cemetery.
Okay.
So if that's more helpful, then that's fine. I'm sorry, Randy, go ahead.
Well, what I was going to ask is a clarifying question, which is the problem with that red text is that it says and allow the cemetery use to expand. Maybe it should somehow be noted how few spaces there are as of the writing of this document, because it seems that it's we're not being as clear as what we already know is, limited space that will expire probably by the end of 2022. I just want us not to have something that even by the time this document is approved, in June, it's antiquated. And that's my concern with this particular note. Although I absolutely agree that, directing this to, Rexon Park makes sense, but I would just note that given the information we have and the expiration date is very close on cemetery space for internment. I think if we have that information, we need to, make sure that we're transparent with it.
Okay, I'll keep thinking through that. Susan, go ahead.
My comment actually is related to page 146 on the map. So we should just focus on page 145 right now?
Let's resolve this.
Sure.
Okay. Barbara, is yours on this particular point?
Yeah, just really quickly. You know what? I really don't want us to get too deep in about Westwood Cemetery. We have already heard from the consultant about expansion. We've not answered the question about expansion. There are people interested in the expansion. It is the town cemetery. So, my options are still open, but is this where we want to be digging in this deep in the comprehensive plan? I think everybody understands the interest, but is this the place where we want to be, putting our stake in the ground, or do we just want to be more general about it? Because this is a whole nother conversation to me. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I will say that one of the things that I appreciate about the language that's here is that it's simply just recognizing that there are a variety of perspectives on this issue, and that issue requires further exploration. Right, it's not going to be solved by this point. Susan, are you? No, Sammy.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to underscore what the mayor just said. I think that to the staff's question of whether to leave this red text or not, per also the planning board recommended leaving it. That's what my comment is just a reflection of the planning board. I think it makes sense to leave it because clearly in the process for the comprehensive plan, it wasn't resolved, and it's a complex enough issue that we're not going to resolve it in this process, like Barbara is saying.
Just for people's reference, I've pasted that red text here in the document so you can see what it actually says. Thank you, Sammy. I would like to recommend that we keep the red text language. I appreciate the note about referring to the undeveloped portion of the cemetery rather than referring to it as a sort of separate entity. I appreciate Randy's comment about reflecting that there are a couple of perspectives here, and I think that the text does that. It really tries to reflect that there are diversity of perspectives and that this is not the place to resolve those. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Mayor, just really quickly, do you intend to add to that red text in any way to refer to the broader sort of park? I mean, I think there's some value, to this is an ongoing community issue to be explored further as per the processes outlined in X section of, park funding that Trish highlighted in our last meeting. Just a quick one.
I guess what I want to try to achieve here is that if we agree with the commentary that we see in this box here, which is that staff and the consultants in their final revision should reference the Rec and Parks Master Plan here somehow as appropriate, and should refer to that green space as the undeveloped portion of Westwood Cemetery rather than what it's currently saying as the space adjoining Westwood Cemetery. Those are the two notes that I wanted to kind of leave with here. Is that?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yes. Procedural. If it's clear to everybody, that's great with me.
All right, there we go. All right, the next item is the page 161 architectural standards land use. If you're looking at the plan, that's on page 161. The red text is a recommendation from the planning board that recommends ending the sentence after the words comprehensive plan. We discussed this last time. There didn't seem to be any problem with following the planning board's recommendation. And so unless there's some additional comment, I think we just go with that. Hearing none. All right, next item is the page 162, strategy 2.2. The note there in red text is determine whether the town should pursue one or both of the projects listed below. We had some discussion of this in the last meeting, and need to resolve that.
Mayor, can you make it a little bit bigger? Is that possible?
I think so. I hope so.
Just a little bit.
Well, let's see how this works. Tell me if that got bigger.
I think so. Definitely, yes.
Okay.
That's good. Mm-hmm.
Great.
Thanks.
So I think, Sammy made some good points about this in the last conversation. And I think where I sort of came out on it is I'm still feeling like option A is preferable to me, just in general, as I wrote here, because I feel like we have some reforming to do of our general zoning districts, and I feel like that needs to happen before we start creating overlays on those zoning districts. But that's just a sort of general preference, and I'm open to thinking about how we ought to phrase that. First hand up right now is Randy, and then Danny, and then Barbara.
Okay, I just had a quick question in part B, and I had this question last week, and I just, or whenever we decided to earmark this, but the expression in the second sentence, consider the creation of an overlay district that can provide an as of right incentive. Can you give me an example of that?
Maybe I'll leave that to Trish and her team to do that rather than give my non-expert opinion.
I think what we're meaning there is something that links some additional, it would be similar to the, the density bonus we have for affordable housing is basically as of right. And it, when you use the density bonus, your permit doesn't even change, doesn't get kicked up to a higher permit. It's based on your beginning point. And so I believe that's the kind of, that would be a comparable example.
So for example, it might allow lower parking standards, increase height, et cetera, without having to go for a zoning change.
Yeah.
Sort of corollary example of that, Randy, might be, for example, the most recent overlay district that we created, which was in the Lloyd Broad neighborhood, which establishes certain standards in that particular district that are different or sort of over and above the standards set in the general underlying zoning for that neighborhood.
Right, and that's one of the reasons I don't know if we want to throw that out as an option.
Well, it seems like Sammy and Danny here, what they're kind of suggesting is, keep both options on the table, but sort of prioritize the use of a more general approach to rethinking our zoning districts. And then when as appropriate, create overlays on top of that.
and right. And that's where my thinking is going. And that's why I raised this question. So
right.
I'm really glad we brought this to the fore. Thanks.
Okay. So Danny, maybe you're up next. Maybe you can help me turn that into a specific recommendation here. And then we'll
And I had some draft language for this later in this document in the other comments section. My basic read of strategy 2.2 is just that it's a little bit inverted syntactically right now. The way the strategy is worded seems to be sort of rephrasing the goal. We have the goal of increasing the affordable housing stock. And really what we want to zero in on with 2.2 is the use of zoning. Like that 2.2 is we intend to be, proactive with our zoning toward meeting that goal. And so I would just suggest that we revise strategy 2.2 to be pretty clear about the fact that we want to pursue zoning, to increase density with the goal of increasing the affordable housing stock. And again, there's draft language later in this document here. And then I think once we have A, indicating our desire to examine town-wide zoning designations, I think B then becomes sort of appropriate. It's like really 1, 2, 3. Goal, affordable housing. Strategy, zoning. A, most of town. B, overlay where it's appropriate. And that way it just kind of, this narrows a little bit more clearly than it does at present.
Okay. Well, it sounds like if we have draft language for that later in the document, I can either zoom down there right now and find it, Danny, or
yeah, I think I did not write A and B, but I did rewrite or, gave a stab at the strategy, which I think is the load bearing part of what I'm talking about.
Is that here?
Yes.
All right. Back up to the top. So this is the language that Danny has posed here. Adopt zoning reforms to increase availability of affordable housing in key corridors that are transit connected, walkable, and bikeable. Is that answering the question, do you think, that staff has posed here about this red text?
Not necessarily. I think the bigger part of the answer to staff is in that we like both A and B if it is sort of clear. I think if the funnel approach here is clarified.
So tools A and B are both useful.
I think I'm hearing Sammy and the rest of the comments correctly, that we just think that overlays are sort of more sort of like a surgical tool, whereas we're interested in, upon adoption of this plan, revisiting zoning across town.
What I typed in here is general zoning first, overlays later. Is that a fair reflection?
Yeah,
much
that gets
much
it.
fair and much clearer than I put it. Thank you.
Okay, Barbara.
Thank you to Danny and Sammy, because in my notes I was just kind of like use both, have access to both. But both Danny and Sammy have said that Sammy says it best to me. He says look into both, but fix the underlying zoning first. And then Danny says increase the definitiveness of zoning adoption in overarching 2.2. And he, kind of said a little bit more in the red text. And so I like the last one, underlying zoning first, overlays later. And I mean, all this is situation dependent, I would think, depending on, what we were trying to achieve. So yeah, I like the way that, it's set up here, because I could see A and B. Thanks.
Sammy, is this on this topic, Sammy?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm having audible issues. Sorry about that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to change anything. I agree with everything that we're saying right now, that we want to keep both. That's the question staff is asking. Do we want one or keep both? And I think keeping both is what we're all saying. But I did want to add in one other question in terms of as we envision how we'll do zoning or land use in the town, whatever that map may be, as the vision. Thereafter, developers would petition us for rezoning. And within that process, there's an opportunity, it's a legislative process, so there's an opportunity to ask of the developer more, unless we're going to outright like rezone big sections, which I don't believe we have the stomach to do. I think there's an opportunity to really also think in terms of the legislative process, defining what it is that we want to get out in exchange for that rezoning. But to do that, we need to lay out kind of like signal to the developers, like this is what we're leaning towards zoning this area as. And that's why I think this relates to these other comments about being more bold in terms of defining parts of town. And specifically, as Trish mentioned in her introduction to tonight, this question of how to signal kind of our vision via a land use map or zoning map without having the zoning itself implemented. We need a mechanism through which to vision and signal to developers, this is what we want.
Thanks, Sammy. I think, in my mind, when I think about that, what you're talking about there is that I feel like in some ways this section is less about rezoning of, say specific property where a developer is wishing to develop, but this is more about updating the overall zoning ordinance so that all, or at least many of our existing zoning districts become more compatible with an increase in the availability of housing. In other words, that our zoning districts in general allow greater residential density, especially along these key corridors and so on. Now, there may be cases, as you're suggesting, Sammy, that the developer may come along with a specific piece of property and want the rezoning of that property for one reason or another. And I agree with you. We should use the legislative process absolutely to our advantage to sort of negotiate good outcomes for those properties. But to me, this is more about more general approach to the town's zoning map, which is to say that many of our existing general zoning districts, in my mind, ought to allow for greater residential density in transit-connected, walkable, bikeable corridors. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess, yeah. So I just want to apologize because when I commented last time about overlays, I was confusing the by right, like if you meet these conditions and by right, you can do this versus kind of a vision, like this is what we want our town to look like, and the tools we have are zoning, we've actual maps. So
yeah,
anyways, I don't know where that falls within the document, but I think there's more thought that needs to be, and I think a lot of the comments we've gotten speak to a need for defining that vision a little more clearly with a map.
Right. Okay, hold on to that thought. I think there might be an opportunity later on in the land use chapter or perhaps in the affordable housing chapter. Trish, can I ask you, this text that I have highlighted here, does this answer your question enough for us to move on, or do you have other comments?
Well, I do think that the difference, strategy 2.2 does talk about preserving and promoting. So I think that it doesn't include the preservation piece in there. And the only other point I would kind of raise is I understand the sort of thinking about a timing mechanism for one strategy versus the other, but I'm imagining a neighborhood that is like a subdivision, an older subdivision that does not have an active conditional use permit, it has no HOA, there's no common areas or whatever. And an overlay tool might actually be, and that's sort of that, and Lloyd Broad, while it wasn't only one subdivision, it also was a situation where there was essentially a neighborhood that did not have that unifying feature like a permit that has obligations between the town and the owners of that permit and does not have an HOA. So the overlay tool sometimes is really appropriate in those locations to recognize the conditions that are maybe very unique to a number of homes that were built. And I'll say Wynwood, for example, over off West Poplar. So I just want to mention that the timing piece of it has some value, but you also might want to leave open that you might want to explore the use of overlays in a shorter term, perhaps in certain areas.
Perhaps I can I put a kind of a fudge word in here, like generally?
Sure.
Generally, underlying zoning comes first.
Yeah, just wanted to leave a little wiggle room there. Thanks.
Sure. Is everybody not hearing any immediate objections?
And you could potentially add maintain existing and increase availability or something like that. Or to preserve, yeah. Thanks.
Cool. All right, we're going to move on to the next one. Unless Sammy, is that hand for this item, or are you? Okay, cool. All right, this one is the comment on red text on page 162 about accessory dwelling units. At the bottom of that page, the note says, determine whether there should be a maximum home size for accessory units. I don't know, Trish, if you want to offer any more background about this question. My initial reaction last week when I created this note was, I don't really feel strongly about it. But Sammy.
Yeah, I just think that we've heard from citizens on this matter too. Our limiting relative to the size of the property on whether someone can have an ADU is not progressive in terms of like who has access to do ADUs on their property. So if I understand what staff is asking, if the limit isn't 150% of a lot minimum, but rather 100% of a minimum. In other words, any minimum lot size, provided it meets the setback requirements and whatever else regulations, could have an ADU on it. Is that correct, Fish?
If the change shown there would allow, so long as there was space and the property could otherwise meet tree cover requirements, parking, etc.
Right. So
I think
100% of minimum would mean like any property in essence that doesn't run awry of all these other parameters.
Yeah, I mean, existing developments that had permits, for example, CUPs, SUPs, that would be a separate question, though. Those properties, there would have to be another level of review. Changing the zoning could change, but the permit wouldn't change without that homeowners association wanting that change. And just, yeah, I think that we thought that the question might inspire a little bit of back and forth about what are the sizes now and that kind of thing. What are the limitations now and what are the thoughts about limiting the sizes of ADUs? So, some homes are fairly small, and to see a no limit whatsoever, perhaps yielding an accessory dwelling unit that was larger, but in the backyard of an existing home, might be a pretty significant change for many properties. So I think scale can be very valuable to include as a feature of a broader permissibility of accessory dwelling units.
Yeah. Can I finish, Damon, my thoughts on that? Thanks, Trish. Yeah, I think that those are things that we need to think about. Which one's going to be smaller, the one that existed or the one that's going to be built? And honestly, I don't really have a preference as to which one would preceded in terms of what's going to be bigger. And I was looking at regulations. California just updated their ADU regulations last year. And in it found that they talk about junior accessory dwelling units, which are, contiguous or within the house that have a separate door and even allow a kitchenette. And I think that's something that we need to also include on this one. And they also allow both a junior accessory dwelling unit plus an accessory dwelling unit thereafter. But I think the details on this are to be resolved as we work through it. I think in the comprehensive plan, the signaling of our interest, and I think this aligns very much with what we've heard from the public. So just to get to like the specific square footage, I'm not wedded to what I listed there. I'm just enumerating what some of the best standards I found. All that to say, like, to be determined.
I think what we want to try to achieve as we offer this guidance to staff is focusing on what's the general interest we want to achieve here and what direction we want them to go in. I think you're right, Sammy. We don't need to sort of say specific like dimension requirements and that kind of thing. So if you can just like say to me, what is the interest we want to express here so that staff has a clear understanding of where we all are at this.
Yeah, so the interest we want to achieve is, best practices of like how to maximize accessory dwelling and junior accessory dwelling units for the specific policy to be developed, by the council with more time.
Okay.
Is that with no maximum home size? You said we're not doing that now. Is that what I'm understanding? Sorry to jump in. Randy's got her hand up.
Why don't we, good question, Barbara. Why don't we see what Randy has to say here real quick?
Well, I was going to ask the same question Barbara's asking, then I had another question. So let's go to Barbara's question. So that part of my question and Barbara's question will be answered together.
It sounds like from Sammy and I kind of said like I don't have a strong feeling about it. Sammy, it seems like also it doesn't really on that particular question. What do you think, Randy? What do others think?
Oh,
you want to put a size on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there needs to. Trish used a word just now that was kind of ringing in my ears when I was thinking maximum, and that has to do with scale. Yeah. I think we do need to somehow address scale when we see the scale of things being built and and where that is in the affordability picture.
So when you talk about scale, and maybe what you're responding to is consider scale in relation to the existing dwelling? Is that?
Exactly. Well, so for example, okay, there's a lot of small, moderate sized homes in Carrboro, right? So you certainly wouldn't want to build an accessory dwelling that is larger than the existing, because then it's not accessory, right? Then it becomes the primary. You know, and
I just want to, yeah, I get what you're saying there, Randy. Thank you. I want to somehow combine the things. This seems to be getting into addressing a couple of different issues. One is the sort of stuff that Sammy was talking about just sort of general dimensional requirements and all those things about accessory dwelling units and some of these best practices out there for that. And then there's a question you're talking about, Randy, around scale of the accessory dwelling unit in relation to the primary dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
I would like for staff to go away with some clarity here about what we're trying to, what the direction is here.
Oh, Scott has his hand up.
Scott, go ahead.
Just to offer some clarification, some communities have decided specifically to allow a greater scale. Some of them have wanted to keep the scale the same. The argument for allowing a greater scale, assuming it meets all the criteria, is if you had a more modest house, a more modest income family, some communities think that they shouldn't be penalized for having a smaller house from being able to build a larger unit if it meets all the other requirements of the lot. Other communities are very more concerned about the character of the block and the home. So I just wanted to clarify those two different options that you have.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess my question is, were it to flip, okay, and the accessory dwelling be larger than the primary, right? You know, then we're looking at that, as I said, the question of true affordability. And, you know, if our goal is to expand the stock of what is quote unquote affordable, which I really still feel that we have not defined what we mean by affordable, by the way, then the accessory dwelling really should not be larger than the primary existing dwelling. And that's why I think that question of maximum needs to be defined.
Thanks, Randy. Sammy?
I mean, again, I don't have a preference as to whether the new building is bigger than the old building or not. What I'm afraid of when we limit the proportion of the new building to the old building and require it to be small is what will happen is what's already happening in Carrboro. People are just tearing down the older housing stock and building enormous monstrosities. So I think that whatever we could do to minimize that trend, and if anything, if we want to limit the size of housing as a means for affordability, then we require the accessory dwelling unit to have a maximum size. If it's 2-bedroom, it could be 1,000 square feet. And if it's 1-bedroom, you know, whatever makes sense, that's less than 1,000 square feet. But for me, it's not, doesn't matter whether it's the new building or the old building that's smaller. It's about preserving the existing building and maybe securing smaller structures as a means for affordability.
I see that. Good point.
Thanks, Sammy. Danny?
I do want to echo Scott's point. My primary concern here, I think, is the latter one that he highlighted that some communities have. I think, you know, in a community like ours where our land is tremendously valuable and it's very difficult for people to buy in, I think the bottom sector of the market that is able to buy in should not be restricted in their ability to maximize value on the land that they have. And so, you know, I think personally, I don't want to see a maximum here.
That right there, he just said it. Yes, clap back.
However, I do think it is in the interest for
Hold on a
just
second.
moving.
Hold on one second. Barbara, I think your audio might be on unintentional.
Yeah, cause Braxton over here talking, he ain't in the meeting, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay, go ahead, Danny.
I do wonder if, just for the purpose of moving this forward tonight, if there is some language that staff might pursue about, not to introduce another consider, but maybe we do need to consider whether there is, I just don't want to advance my own agenda here. So I would be open to perhaps a sliding scale in response to like what is originally on the property. But by and large, I really do want to just seed for the council the idea that it is absolutely most equitable to allow landowners to maximize the value of their land.
Rich?
I just hearing what you have been talking, I was thinking about something like as far as directions, maybe achieve best practices for allowing accessory dwelling units to maximize their utility for property owners and not limit their, and minimize the limitation of this, the availability of these, something like that to capture the interest that I'm hearing. I think that allows room for us to, when in the implementation tool, to examine a couple of these issues, maybe perhaps in more detail, but also to really look at the idea that they are widely available and they are following some set of best practices that are going to consider a set of standards, like we've mentioned a few, but you've also mentioned, and that can be explored. And if they aren't the desired outcome as that tool is finalized, then you would choose, as the policy kind of, as you decide based on the input you get then.
Right. Thank you, Trish. That's very helpful. So something along the lines of use best practices to minimize limitations on property owners' ability to use ADUs as a tool for the language that Danny had about maximizing the value of their property. Is that?
That's great. Thanks so much for being good at your job, Trish.
And I think adding additional density, making room for more homes, that's a fundamental interest of using accessory dwelling units.
But also not just more homes, because, well, yeah, I guess home, like a junior accessory dwelling unit would be considered a home. So never mind.
I'm gonna say that we've achieved what we need to achieve here, if everyone else is okay with that. All right, with that yellow highlighted text. And move on to the next one, which is page 166 on removing parking minimums. The red text here is under strategy 4.1. That's a recommendation from the planning board to remove minimum requirements, especially with regard to affordable housing, accessory dwelling units, and mixed use developments, to reduce impervious surfaces and make more efficient use of land. I agree with the planning board on this, and would like to hear from other folks. I think what I wrote, yeah. Sammy, is that where? Okay, Randy.
I agree.
Okay, Sammy.
Yeah, I agree. But like I said here, I think that we can remove the minimum requirements, and also I would go beyond what they're saying. We consider maximum parking standards instead. But I think also that we need, especially for our commercial districts, we need to, before doing away with these, set up a program that moves the responsibility, or at least identifies or ascribes the responsibility for access to the downtown. I don't say parking specifically because the issue is access. So a program that will ascribe who's responsible and who's going to pay for that beforehand, so that it's not just a Wild West free for all, and then the town's left holding the bag of needing to build the structured parking decks.
Thanks, Sammy. Susan.
Yeah, I appreciate that point by Sammy. So I would also be in favor of removing the minimum parking requirements, but it would be, I feel like it's under the condition that there's satellite parking available for businesses, so that, we've sort of thought through before we take everything away, where's everybody going to go?
Yeah, so let me just, thanks for that comment, Susan. Let me just come back to the strategy language as it stands now, which is really primarily focused on residential uses. It's about, in areas where we're talking about affordable housing, accessory dwelling units,
Right.
mixed use developments, presumably I mean by that mixed use with residential uses, that we're talking about reducing or removing the minimum requirements and perhaps considering maximum requirements. That's my understanding of where this language is going. It's also consistent with what some other places around the country have done in terms of it's really about residential parking requirements, and especially in areas where there's access to transit and so on. So not sure if that's helpful, Susan.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Though, Damon, it does say mixed use, which isn't only residential, it's commercial too.
I agree, but I think it's, when you've seen, I can't remember which, it was somewhere in California maybe that I was reading about, maybe it was Berkeley or somewhere, where they had done this sort of big parking minimum reform, and it was really all about the residential uses of those mixed use developments that they were talking about reducing the parking requirements. That was the focus anyway.
Yeah, and I think we really need to separate that from the commercial, because that's a different conversation.
Okay. Maybe what I'm going to do then is in this section, subsection C of that strategy 4.1, just very quickly here, going to put that language in the box. Update parking requirements to remove minimum requirements for affordable housing. I assume that, do they mean, maybe this is a question for you, Trish, are they talking about accessory dwelling units or accessible dwelling units? I'm not sure what that is about. This is language from the draft plan. It's either a typo or it's a
typo.
I think it's a typo.
Great. And the residential of mixed use developments. What is people's reaction to that?
I mean, sorry.
Randy?
No, I was just going to say, do you want to use the word residential so that it underscores the understanding that you just
yeah, that's what is that what you mean right here where I added residential
before? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Sammy?
I think that, we could just be general in terms of like residential period, not have to call out accessory dwelling and mixed use developments. I think it's something that we should look at generally for all residence developments.
Okay. Do we need to have something here that clarifies that we're talking about places where there is access to other modes of transportation? I feel like, for example, if you look at some of these best practices around the country where they're really focusing their efforts on reducing or removing minimum parking requirements, is because the folks who are living in those spaces have access to transit primarily. It's transit oriented development. So.
Yeah, I think that would be good, but I think so saying that is better than calling out these specific uses, because I'm thinking of single family homes in our downtown that don't fall into some of these categories,
Okay. Scott?
Just to inform it, I think the discussion in the task force was this would provide an incentive to provide more affordable housing and accessory units as opposed to traditional single-family homes and townhomes. So just, I think that was why they had defined these specific uses, was to provide a greater incentive.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, I mean, strategy 4.1A is about updating parking standards generally. So I think the larger question is dealt with in that strategy, and I think this one was more focused.
Yes,
It's to link it in also to some other values, reducing impervious surface and so forth. But
yeah, thanks, Trish. Yeah, you're right. That is addressed in that other sections of that strategy. Okay. Can we settle on this language that I have highlighted here then in general?
Yeah, I mean, Damon, just in regard to Trish's point, but in 4.1A, it does still call out specific kinds of residences. It's not contingent on whether they're located close to transit. I think there are a lot of different kinds of developments that we're missing when we're so specific about what we're applying this reconsideration towards. And again, affordability can be achieved by making better use of land of any kind of property, to the extent that we're talking about lowering the price for all housing stock generally.
Okay. So Sammy, what are you recommending here with regard to this highlighted language?
I think specific.
Yeah, I think specifically just saying, residential developments close to transit, generally. And then whether we want to list those specific kinds of housing developments, I don't think that's necessary. Or i.e., those could be, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
And I just want to, remind Trish and Scott and others listening here that, just trying to offer some gist here, not necessarily exact language, if you're getting the understanding of what we're going for. Thank you. Okay, let's keep moving. This is the comment on 167. Goal number 7. The goal, as stated, is preserve architecturally significant and historic properties and districts in the town that reflect the range of cultures and historic experiences in Carrboro. The red text inserted by staff and the consultants is, note, some task force members have expressed concern regarding potential impact on housing prices and limitations of redevelopment potential. Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do share the concern. I also am reading what Sammy has written. He did say, what would downtown Carrboro be without the mill or the main street strip of commercial buildings? And I know, goal 7 is talking about preserving, that reflect the range of cultures and historic experiences in Carrboro. Like whose historic experience is the mill or the main strip? Like whose is it? Is it everybody's? Was it a certain group of people? I feel like that's a question to be answered as far as like who is it important to for it to be preserved into the future? Or who has it been important to?
Yeah. As I reread the goal itself, goal number 7 there, because I feel like I was reacting to some language later down underneath that about neighborhood preservation districts, which isn't really what the red text is asking about. I'm generally fine with language of goal number 7, although with the caveats that Barbara raises about, making sure that when we talk about cultures and historic experiences, we're talking about the range, as it says here, of cultures and historic experiences. I don't have a problem with just the goal being stated as it is. which is to, Danny.
Thanks, Mayor. I tend to agree. I think the presence of range makes this, to me, tolerable, for lack of a better word. I really do take Barbara's point quite well, that, these preservation goals are often at odds with people who, deservedly have a new claim on the town or want to see a new direction. But I think the way this goal is written, I think examined with the strategies, I don't actually think that we're at risk of calcifying the town in the way that this might initially read, or might be, sort of to my lens of interpretation. I think that this is okay to leave as is, personally.
Thanks, Danny. Susan?
Just one question on the clarification. So are these districts sort of often used to prevent density?
Well, I guess I want to just reiterate that what I sort of noticed as we were getting into this particular one is that I was looking down at strategy 7.1 and having a reaction to that, and not to the red text itself, which is not about strategy 7.1. So I think this goal number 7 is not about neighborhood preservation districts. It's about the general goal of preserving architecturally significant and historic properties and districts, which I'm fine with. I think that's an important goal for us to have as a community. Do you agree, Susan, that goal itself, goal number 7, is stated is fine?
I'm fine with the goal. The only thing is I just don't understand enough if that goal is part of the reason for the goal that people want to have these special districts, historic districts, is because they want to prevent that district from becoming more dense and in the process maybe more diverse.
Right. Well, I think that's the concern that the planning board was raising, and certainly that I was echoing here.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly we can include a note here about that. Trish, I saw your hand. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that we've got a couple of areas that are National Register historic districts.
Right.
And then we have no local historic districts.
Right.
We have a couple of overlays that were neighborhood preservation districts. We have 2 of those, Maple Avenue and Old Pittsboro Road, and they have different stories associated with them and reasons. And I'd have to go back into them and look at them. I don't think density per se was, it was about, there was the Thomas Lloyd Mill was the Thomas Lloyd Mill Village, which is mostly made up in that Maple Avenue Neighborhood Preservation District. Those homes could be linked to that mill. That is to say, they were built at that architectural period. Other mill houses in town, it wasn't as clear a connection.
Mm-hmm.
And the town did consider other districts, did consider creating a couple of local historic districts, but they were not. They went through a rezoning process, which is how they're established, and there were protest petitions, and there was not a supermajority vote.
Mm-hmm.
I'm inclined for us to simply say here that goal 7 is good, is fine, but we'll hear from others. Randy? Randy, you're on mute. If you're...
Yeah, my trackpad got a little stuck. Yeah, I think I'm inclined to leave this as it is at this time, and I think it would make sense to see. This is one of those items that I think comes under that breathability to see how things are emerging over time. I think that's part of what I want to see as the town is moving into the implementation, the plans and things change downtown, and what it looks and feels like. And I think that's why goal 7 to me is one of the things that I wouldn't want to eliminate or the strategies 7.1, 7.2, or 7.3 at this point, because there's a an ambience that I don't know that we yet know that what it would be were we not to have this. So I'm comfortable leaving it as it is.
Yeah. Thank you. Barbara?
Thank you, Mayor. And so I'm going back to that. Whose culture and historic experience are we talking about here? Who's included and who isn't? This is where my thinking is.
Yeah.
And I can't like leave that off. I can't just drop it off, because it's important. The downtown and all that. I understand about the history behind it and all that, but who was there? Who's included in that history?
Right.
Is it all encompassing, or go ahead, Mayor? Sorry.
That's why I think that it was, I think the way that it's phrased here is that it should reflect the range of cultures and historic experiences in Carrboro, not, they're trying to nod there toward the importance of that diversity of perspectives, which is why I feel comfortable with the goal as it's written, because it's not referring to a specific experience. It's making sure that it's important to understand there is a range of experiences, as you're saying, Barbara. It's not everyone has the same connection to some of our really significant and historic properties as others do. So that's why I favor kind of leaving it general in this way, because I think it does capture that perspective.
Oh, I'm finished. Thanks.
Unless I hear any objection, I'm going to move on here. I'm going to very quickly propose that this next item, the final one on this table, has already been addressed by our previous discussion about Westwood Cemetery. All right.
Damon, does that mean that we take out the red language and leave what is on the page that's referred to there? Because I think it does say that what is listed on the language is that we proceed with a process that considers both perspectives.
Right. I think my recommendation would be that the language here essentially mimic the language that we talked about above, which I can explicate here a little bit more. But
can we just say leave as is? Because that's what, on page 172, it just says what we want.
And just to clarify, Sammy, you mean if we just cut the red text entirely, correct? That Article 2 just as is?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I
Take
think
out the red text.
I think I agree with that.
Okay. That's fine with me. Yeah, I think that's what we're getting at here. Thank you.
Thanks for translating there.
Cool. All right. We're going to move on here. The next table is referring to the compilation we received of advisory board recommendations in attachment D. And there were a handful of those advisory board recommendations that were tagged with the phrase "question for council." And those are the items that I've shaded here in blue. These 6 items were question for council. There were a number of other advisory board recommendations that Sammy called out in his comments that he shared in advance of the meeting, and that I've listed in the same table here, but not shaded in blue, which we can get to at some point if people have interest, otherwise not. But in any case, I do think we need to respond to the one shaded in blue since staff specifically asked us to do that. So I put those at the top here for that reason. Sammy?
Yes. Was my hand raised? Sorry, I didn't think my hand was raised, but I can let others provide comments as mine are already there.
Great.
And thanks for compiling that, Damon.
Sure. Barbara?
I was going to ask Mayor if we were, because there's a couple of things in attachment C. Are we going back to attachment C, or are we skipping over attachment C?
Well, I was assuming that as people prepared for the meeting tonight, what they would reflect. So we're going to get to a point later where we're going to talk about sort of other comments that council members have, but I assume we'll be informed. Certainly some of my comments are informed in part by the public comments that we received. So I have.
So basically you're talking about coming back to attachment C.
Well, not specifically to the attachment, but to generally to council members' comments and reactions to what we heard from the public.
Okay, yeah, so I can do that. I have some from there. Thanks.
All right, so we have these 6 advisory board recommendations that we have questions for council about. The first one is about suggested making the architecturally significant and historic properties. We just talked about this. I feel like we've agreed to just leave that goal as it is already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So when you say leave it like it is, Mayor, as you're typing, it's fine. So does that mean for 16, the item is exactly what's in the box?
Item 16. So this is what there was a comment from the advisory boards noting, a comment noting that the planning boards, Trish or Scott, can you help me out here? Because I'm not looking directly at that document now.
Was the planning board? Yes.
The planning board commented on that section, noting that there were differences in opinion, which we've kind of discussed above about goal number 7. But also noting that the planning board supports the preservation of historic districts in the town that have been home to BIPOC communities.
Oh, so you're just saying all that's included in the item?
Well, I guess in mine.
Is that a question, or are we trying to do something with it, or what? I guess that's where I am. Sorry.
Yeah, in my mind, this is goal number 7 that we discussed above, which is about, now I have to go back to it.
Oh, I know, I remember, because we were just there.
Reflecting the range of cultures and historic experiences in Carrboro when we talk about preservation.
Yeah, but I want the planning board, what they said, because that is real specific and intentional what they're saying. And I would like for that to be included.
Okay.
Which is what I was kind of getting at, the last time when we were just talking about it.
When we say up here above that goal number 7 is good as is.
It's good as is with the planning board comment.
The addition that it includes preservation of historic districts in the town that have been home to BIPOC communities. Okay.
Yep.
All right, the next one is a comment about town should utilize 20% of its annual budget to achieve its climate action goals, taking into account available federal and state funding and the overall cost calculated to achieve climate action. Barbara,
Susan.
And okay, Susan.
First of all, I was kind of curious roughly what percentage of the budget has been devoted to climate action goals recently, and secondly, I'm concerned about the language, and I'll say why. Who would have expected we were going to have a pandemic? Who would have known that we would be in the situation with Ukraine right now? And so I say it because as much as we have a climate emergency, there could be other emergencies that come up that are actually even more timely in terms of our needing to address those. So I feel nervous about the language, a minimum of 20% of the budget required. in that I would want the flexibility to know that should other emergencies that come up, and we may be in another one right now, that we are in a our budget is nimble enough that we can address that emergency.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, I think my reaction to this particular comment is that I feel like the idea of saying X% of the budget is going to be committed to this topic, it feels a little arbitrary, and also it feels a little like not how you budget for things. Not sure quite how to express that, but I think there's something about this particular way of approaching budgeting that is not sitting right with me. I just have a lot of hands up here. It's not clear to me if Barbara wants to talk on this topic. Or...
Yeah, well, just really quickly, because you kind of said what I was thinking, and Mayor Pro Tem Romaine expressed her concern, about doing that. And I mean, I understand what Councilmember Slade is saying. I mean, he talks to us about it, talks to us about it in the budget process, and, I respect that. But I feel a little odd about tagging, specifically in that way, for climate change mitigation. And I mean, it is important, and the window is closing. And I think, we're all aware of that, but I like what we're doing. Could we do more? Yes. But I just feel like our budget may not be able to accommodate that. So I did want to add that in there. Thank you.
Thanks. Next is Randy, and then Danny, and then Sammy.
Okay. I appreciate Susan bringing up the point about we have no idea in this world what's coming around the corner. We have not met face to face as a council since March 13th, 2020. So, we have no idea. And we do need to be as resilient as possible. So I really appreciate that comment. And Damon and Barbara, I appreciate what you've shared. I also want to just point out that, right now we're looking at an RFP for solar for our facilities. We have been working to, meet all kinds of energy efficiency goals for quite some time with the town. We're now looking at moving into a climate action plan to really energize community to be more engaged and shoulder more of the responsibility of what has to happen to make significant changes. We cannot do this alone. And I wonder if committing 20% of our budget, the annual budget, and correct me if I'm wrong. So if I just play around with the numbers a little bit, if our budget is like 21 million, then that would be 4 million, right, towards climate. I mean, just playing with the numbers, would that be what? I mean, what are we talking about here? We cannot, regardless of what we achieve in Carrboro, we cannot do it alone. We have to do this not only in the county and across the region, but across the state and across the Eastern Seaboard and across the nation. And I want us to keep that in mind because we have a lot of work to do right here in Carrboro. But I see that the most important frontier that we have to venture into is getting community to roll up its sleeves and understand what they can be doing, what we all can be doing together. And that's why I was really glad to hear the conversation tonight about the interest in community gardens and some of the other initiatives that have been been underway. So, you know, I just want, I want to look at this. What have we spent? What would 20% look like? And what really is possible for us to do that would require a 20% dedication of our budget?
Thank you, Randy. Danny, I think. Yeah, Danny.
Yeah, I hope so. And Sammy, please feel free to interject and cut me off. I'm
Yeah, I think I was first. Sorry, Danny.
Yeah.
Damon, do you recall? I think I was you when you enumerated. I didn't actually see the hand go up, but I think you.
I just go in the order that Zoom tells me to go in because that's the order that y'all raise your hands.
Okay, I mean I'm not looking at the hands. I'm just going by what you said. So whatever you decide.
Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, one thing is, you know, just the comments that I've heard tonight. If we looked at them 10 years from now, they wouldn't age so well, because what we're talking about with climate is we're talking about an existential threat. And what's happening everywhere is that every level of government saying, oh, we need others to go along before we go along. And that's why no one's doing anything. And one of the things about Carrboro is we're supposed to be that place that does what is right, and in large part to model. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to model anymore because the window is closing or closed already. So, and you know, when we talk about we don't know what's going to come around the corner, we do in terms of climate. It's an existential threat. You know, are we thinking in the same way when we talk about allocating, you know, millions of dollars for town offices above the library? Were we, you know, hesitant to expend that kind of funding because we don't know what's around the corner? No. You know, this is something that we have expressed through innumerable resolutions. And this comprehensive plan itself it's one of its pillars and foundations, just as Barbara was talking about the necessity of highlighting and underscoring as we started this conversation tonight with you know, racial justice. By the same token, we're talking about, you know, the other pillar, which is climate change. And I think the wording I'm offering there isn't about our annual budgets, a change. It's the 20% of the budget that would be required to meet the town's climate action goals funded by the town over the next 10 years. You know, I'm not saying to meet 100% of our goal, because our goal would be 100% of the budget. It's a very modest proposal, 20% of the budget required to meet the climate action goals. But, you know, I understand. I mean, it's pervasive. It's everywhere. If we're not willing to, you know, be bold in terms of what is called for safeguarding our existence, you know, I'm not surprised. But I would really implore and encourage you guys to think about this. There are a lot of items in this plan, and we asked staff to come back to us to tell us what is the budget that would be required in the coming year. Hopefully, it's been pending for 3 years. But we need to do what we say we want to do. We set a goal, and as you know, if you don't fund things in government, they don't happen. So it's either one or the other. I don't know why we wouldn't want to do something this modest.
Thanks, Sammy. Danny.
So I think hopefully to try and triage this issue a bit, I think what we're running into is that the 20% threshold here is being presented in the metrics portion of this chapter. So what we, I think, established at the beginning of the night is, broadly speaking, we are trying to not have concrete benchmarks as part, you know, this would be what we'll measure. And then I think most appropriately, this would be phrased as percentage of budget dedicated to climate goals. Now, to I take Sammy's point very well, and I actually, in broad strokes, do agree with it in relation to that previously established $200 million number. I think Randy's doing the same math. What we're really talking about is a responsible path toward 40 million over 10 years on that 20, on that 200 to make sure that we're really making progress. So what I would suggest is strategy 2.1. Budget for implementing the town's climate action plans, both community and municipal, in accordance with the June 25th, 2019 resolution, Environmental Advisory Board. I would suggest that we have a sub-bullet there of this 20% goal as a North Star. So I think, I personally, I agree with Sammy that is a modest goal. We have adopted as a town that budget and, its significance in moving forward. I would like to move it out of the metrics portion of this chapter and into like a goal in 2.1, just in keeping with consistency with the rest of the document and avoiding like putting numerical benchmarks in goals elsewhere where we're not really equipped to do this before adoption. But I do think it's appropriate. I agree that the 20% figure is modest. And I think if, with the staff that we've got, I think it's perfectly possible that they can provide some accountability measures in that language, just as they are throughout the rest of this. So is that clear? Do I need to summarize?
I think, I appreciate your clarification of that, because again, I do agree that, first of all, this does belong more in terms of goals and strategies rather than metrics, right? It's getting back to that earlier general comment. And so thanks for pointing us to strategy 2.1. And y'all, this is on page 55 of the draft plan. I think what it comes down for me is like how to express that goal, right? Is it, Sammy has offered some language here.
And personally, Sammy's language as a goal, I am good with. I just think it's better expressed in 2.1 than in the metrics portion.
Right. Okay. And Sammy, when you talk about the town's climate action goals, you're referring to the 2 climate action plans, is that right? The community climate action plan?
Yeah, we have climate action goals of 80% below 2010 levels by 2030, which won't happen unless we expend significant, won't happen unless 100% is expended. So I'm actually like being realistic here and saying 20%. It's a significant discount on what our goal is. In terms of moving this to, I appreciate Danny's suggestion. I think, this is really a metric. That's why it was where it was. I'd much rather keep 2.1 as is, because it includes the full 100%. I don't want to minimize, but in the spirit of metrics, this is what I would have offered. I'd rather keep 2.1 without any further caveats.
Susan.
I'm just trying to get a sense of how this is, relative to the portion of the budget the town has been devoted to climate action in recent years. Is this in the ballpark? Is this low? Is this high? I don't have any idea in terms of the 20%.
I think part of the difficulty, at least for me, is, so my initial reaction was what I think is that original comment here is talking about 20% of the annual budget, which is not really what was meant by, that's not really what Sammy's talking about. It's not talking about 20% of the annual budget dedicated to climate action goals. He's talking about, at a minimum, budgeting 20% of what would be required to meet our climate action goals, which is a very different thing. So I think it's a hard question to answer without some support from.
Can I just offer? When Arch has prepared the budget summary, I think it's about $2.1 million, roughly. We use transit in there. We use the money it's allocated for salaries. We use a variety of projects. A portion of the money that we're using on greenway development and sidewalks and a number of other things. I think it's about 2.1 kind of annually. That is a figure that is not comprehensive. We have not done a complete analysis of how much money we're spending on climate action implementation. So we don't have that comparison right now, but that's roughly a snapshot of that number that Arch has prepared. I think he did it last year, and in 2020 as well.
So that would be 2 million out of a $25 million budget, which would be 8%.
That's my recollection of it without going and digging for it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Susan, are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm done.
Sammy's hand is still up as well, but I'm not sure if I should move on to Randy. Randy.
Yeah, so thank you, Susan, because I've been sitting here crunching those numbers myself. So that would be about 8%. Trish, thank you. Damon, you had just said something that was more specific language when you said, yeah, it's not really 20% of the annual budget. It's
what Sammy wrote here, which is 20% of the budget required to meet the town's climate action goals.
Right. So I guess what maybe Susan and I are trying to get to is the relationship between, how is that 8% on the trajectory to meet the goals in relation to a potential 20%? Susan, does that help?
Well, I think so. You're talking about two different kind of percentages there, Randy. So Susan's calculating what this amount would mean in terms of the annual operating budget, which
right. That's right. That's what I was looking at before.
It's a different metric.
Okay, but before that, when I said 4.2, that I was thinking of it in terms of of what the annual operating budget is. But if we're looking at it as 20% of what's required to meet the climate action goals, okay? Right. Then my question is and this is sharpening what Susan's asking, is the approximate 8% or 2.1 million that has gone towards climate action goals already, which is only equivalent to 8%, where is that on the trajectory, in terms of things that we need to do?
Right. I think it's the 8% is not a, I think the point here is to achieve, I would forget about the 8% number. I think it's sort of mixing two concepts here. I think the recommendation is that X% of what's required to meet our climate action goals ought to be by the town over the next 10 years. Right. Regardless, set aside whatever the town's operating budget is, whatever. Just, the goal here is to be investing a significant amount of funds to meet the climate action goals.
Right, but I guess my question is, if the goal is to achieve, what was it? 80% by 2030? Is that right? Or I don't know where that number is. Yeah, there it is.
80% below 2010 levels by 2030.
Right. So my question is, I'd like to just see from staff, what does that really look like in terms of where we are on the trajectory? I don't have a clear sense of how, what else we need to be doing, that we need to have that metric up front.
Right. And I think that's not an answer that we're going to have tonight.
Exactly. So,
I think, so let me call on
Go ahead.
Holding that thought, let me call on Danny next.
Just offering really quick back of the envelope, based on the 200 million figure as our climate sum, understanding that there's some contention around that. If we consider $2.5 million over 10 years, that would represent, about 1/8, which I guess is what, like 16.5%, less significant, 12.5%. So all that is to say, I think even what is reflected in the budget is falling considerably short of Sammy's intention, just for our understanding as council members.
Sammy, you're next.
I mean, the question is, do we want to, if we were in an airplane, would we say, do we want to crash, 20% of the fact that we're going to crash, or 100%? I mean, do we want to fly 100%, or do we want to, crash 20%? The ideal would be 100%.
Yeah, I get that. I think here, let me try to clarify maybe what's kind of hanging me up a little bit. I can't speak for other council.
Sure.
Just sort of stepping back, in my mind, the goal is to achieve, what we want to do is achieve the town's climate action goals. Whether, I guess I'm trying to find the connection between doing that and expressing that goal in a particular way versus this language about 20% of of the budget that would be needed to do that. Like, I don't know where that 20% number is coming from. Like, we want to achieve the town's climate action goals. The strategy is, as you're proposing it, it seems like, is to say that we're going to fund 20% of what would be required to do that over the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Yes. And
I guess what I'm raising as a just sort of a question, that's part of what's hanging me up, is where did the 20% come from?
Here it is. 20% is to recognize, like Randy was saying, we can't do this alone. We need support from other entities. Typically, we get state and federal grants for major projects to the tune of 80%, with a local matching grant of 20%. That is where 20% comes from.
Gotcha.
This is assuming and hoping for Build Back Better and all these things that should happen. So it's that's where it comes from. It is actually already encompassing what Randy was saying. It includes the reality that we can't do this alone.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. I'd like us to move off of this item soon. So if we can have some clear direction to staff about what we want here. I guess the question is, are people comfortable with staff wrestling with this recommendation that 20% of what would be required to meet the town's climate action goals should be funded by the town over the next 10 years as a goal? And I actually will say, Sammy, too, that I agree with Danny that this is a goal. This is not a metric. The metric is, how much did we actually do this? And so I think it, in terms of like locating this as a goal, in terms of where we're putting this in the document, is important. Sammy.
Yeah, I'm a little, I didn't say it earlier because I didn't think it would be significant, but I'm a little confused about metrics and goals. Goals that have numbers that are measurable attached to them, from my perspective, are metrics. So if our goal is to mitigate climate, our goal is specifically 80% below 2010 levels by 2030. Right. A metric that shows us whether we're achieving that is the amount of money that we're spending to accomplish that goal. That to me is a metric.
Yeah, I think if the goal is to, what you just said, achieve the 80% reduction, a strategy for achieving that goal is to spend 20% of what would be required to achieve that goal over the next 10 years. A metric, what we will measure, is how much did we actually spend to achieve that goal over the next 10 years. This is getting back to that conversation at the beginning of the item. So I think it's helpful to think about a metric as the thing that we're measuring. And that helps us understand our success at achieving our goals. So we could say at the end of 10 years or whatever, we spent X amount of dollars on achieving the town's climate action goals. Presumably, that should equal 20% of what was required to do that.
So maybe to use your language, Damon, we could say the metric would be the town would spend the equivalent of what towns are responsible for matching to state and federal entity or grants to achieve our goal. Would that be a metric?
I think in my mind, the metric, the thing that we're measuring is what percent of what was required to meet the town's climate action goals did we actually fund over the next 10 years?
That's the metric?
Yeah.
So 20%.
Well, that's the goal. Or I should say that's the strategy for achieving the goal. Anyway, I think that we don't have to get sort of bogged down in that any more than we already have. I think what I want to get from council members is how to move past this item. Are people comfortable with the language that Sammy has suggested as a way to send staff in a direction for the next draft?
Well, what if, oh, I'm sorry, somebody ahead of me.
No, you're right, Susan.
Were you ahead of me? I was just going, very quickly, what I'm struggling with is affordable housing is a very important goal as well for our town. And we have goals over the next 10 years in terms of dealing with affordable housing. I mean, I get a little bit nervous about starting to lock it, prioritize one part of the budget versus another when we've got other real high priorities. And are we going to be setting 20% of the budget to meet our town's affordable housing goals over the next 10 years? Is that also going to be a part of this plan? Or
yeah, thanks for that, Susan. I think this is where I think we're getting ourselves all confused around these numbers. Is that, again, it's not, and if I'm understanding Sammy's recommendation, it's not that we're saying we're committing to spending 20% of the town's budget on climate.
No, I know.
We're spending 20% of what it would be required to meet those goals on climate action. And that may equal some unknown number or percentage of the town's operating budget. But they're two different numbers.
I hear you. I'm just saying that, are we going to do the same, do we do the same thing around affordable housing if we truly want to prioritize that 20% of our budget should be required to meet the town's affordable housing goals over the next 10 years. I'm just trying to figure out, where we're going with all of this. That's all.
I mean, this is why for me, it's anyway, Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, so Damon, you raised a perfect point, which is, so why don't we, and I think Danny said this too, just underscore this as a goal and leave one of the things that's missing from this metric is let's look back over the last 10 years and see, get a readout of, annually what was being spent on energy efficiency and in climate goal metric, and be able to at least state in this document that we're seeking to exceed in order to be able to be, ready to take on, state and federal grants as they become available. I mean, I think there's another way to get to this without having to put in 20% as a hard number, because I think it's confusing, but I also think there's a way to get, to separate out the goal from the metric and to make sure that we have the background, because that's the other piece that's missing, over the last 10 years or so, that we have made a concerted effort on energy efficiency and addressing climate what have we achieved? And so that's one of the things that I think is missing here. And were we to really understand that, we could have a better grasp on how to set it up for future. Because you're right, this is based on where we, with the anticipated contributions can be in the next 10 years.
Thanks, Randy. Sammy?
Firstly, I just want to acknowledge and thank Damon for recognizing the difference between the original item language and the new one. We're talking about the budget required to meet the town's climate action goals. And it's a fraction of what it would mean to actually meet the full goal. It's, a comparison was made with affordable housing earlier. We've set goals for affordable housing and we try to set 100% of the funding required to meet those goals. We don't even, negotiate a percentage below, for what it would mean to meet our affordable housing goals. So I think that kind of analogy is not so good in that, this is not that. We're not talking about 100%. As for how to resolve this impasse, if we're going to be changing the conception of metrics as understood by Damon, and we're not going to allocate, I still don't understand what that is, but if we do whatever as you see it, Damon, then I guess we're going to be take out all these numbers, and maybe it's a moot point, like the 20% is not needed to be defined within this document, and that will be resolved as we follow through with our resolution of 3 years ago to actually get to the questions that are being raised tonight in terms of where are we in our meeting our climate action goals, and what's the cost represented to accomplish the goal, so.
Yeah, Sammy, I think what I'm saying about the metric is I think one way to measure our success at doing what you're wanting us to do is to say, after some period of time, here's the amount of money we spent on this. And whatever the answer to that question is, that's the answer to that. That's why, to me, that this issue of where this belongs in the document is really more about under the goal itself, but we don't need to get into that again. I feel like maybe we need to kind of move on a little bit here and maybe sort of put a star next to this one for the time being.
Mayor, before we move on, just really quickly, do we absolutely have to have the value in? I thought Councilmember Slade just said something about that. Maybe I misunderstood him. Do we need the 20% in? Could we just say the town should utilize a percentage of its annual? But I know that's open-ended, but we don't have a figure on it. I don't know what the feeling is about that. I was just thinking about that.
Yeah. I'm open to us having a goal of, spending, some portion of what's required over the next 10 years to achieve our climate action goals. To me, it's more about moving that down into the goals section or under the goal. It's relevant. And then at the end of the day, we'll see, did we achieve that by measuring it? How much money did we spend? That's one of the problems I feel about a lot of these metrics that are listed throughout the document is that they are not metrics, they're goals.
Okay, so I don't understand that, but that's on me, Damon. I'm fine including it down as Danny suggested earlier, keeping that language as it is at minimum 20% of the budget to meet our town's climate action goals is funded, as it says there. Like I guess that would be strategy 2.2.
And I think if I can just weigh in the lull here, I think if we just think about this along with that phrase, like what we'll measure, so the goal is, percent of budget, 20. What we'll measure is the percent of budget that's actually, if we just change the name of that section to what we'll measure, I think the intent there, is really just to give us a baseline of what it is that we'll be looking at to evaluate our success on these goals and strategies. And so if that 20% is present as a goal, including the metric without the value is consistent with what we'll be doing elsewhere in the document. I don't know if what we'll measure.
That's right.
Yeah.
Language clarity, language clarity. It's not.
Let's stop using the word metric. Trish, are you raising your hand, or are you having a headache, migraine headache, and exasperation with us right now, or both?
I was raising my hand. No.
Okay, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say that it's just a reminder about this, and it's so important to reflect on the fact that we did a model. Before we have done a model of this number that we came up with $200 million. It's a model that is based on modifying significantly the housing stock in our community, the existing housing stock. That's a huge part of the energy usage, and the other is a 45% reduction in travel behavior, which gas prices can have a huge effect on that. Without out-of-pocket town Carrboro expenditures. My point is that 98% of this goal we're discussing is out of our hands as a municipality, and we can do many leveraging things, which we do and we will continue to do. But I think that the word that is perhaps concerning is required there, because I think that what we really want to do here is reduce carbon, not spend money necessarily, right? That's what we want to do. And so focusing on the reduction of carbon the greenhouse gas emissions reduction is really the main thing. And, one way to do it, one strategy is to spend some money, but it's all, and to leverage money. But it's also a lot of other things. And I just wanted to underscore that the model we have was the best we did. And we have a lot more information to pull together as we've done the dietary survey now. We have, and we're continuing to continue to implement the plan, which requires us to do various, all kinds of things, studies, et cetera, actions. So I just wanted to mention that to you all, that I just think it's a very important reminder of what that base information we created is, what it represents. And it is assuming that the town, or some money could be spent, some amount of money could be spent in the homes of people or affecting their driving behavior, their travel behavior, which is not something we can insist on.
I think you're putting your finger on one of the complications with this recommendation, right? Is that they're all of those kind of moving targets. But thank you, Trish. Okay, Sammy, is that a new hand or an old hand? And then I have next is Randy. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, thank you, Trish, because that's exactly the point I was making, and you just crystallized it. And I just want to add, it's not only emissions from travel, but it's emissions from diet and other aspects of daily habits, and that's why community engagement is so important. So I'm really glad you brought that out. But yes, Damon, I think that. Keeping this with the goals, maybe without the numbers, as Barbara suggested, is maybe one of the best ways to do it, but also underscoring the how important it is that there, as Trish said, leveraging dollars is one way, but looking at carbon reduction with travel and dietary choices and some of the other those are the two largest in terms of carbon reduction. I think that falls right in the hands of the community, and I think that needs to be front and center.
Is everyone okay with a comment like what I've highlighted here, that basically encourages staff to get to this point, do it in the context of the strategies under goal number 2? Is everybody good? Trish is good, which makes me feel good.
Yeah, I'm good with that language for 2.2.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on here. I'm going to propose that this next item here is, we have totally dealt with that already in the red text stuff above that we had a long conversation about. And unless there is some real interest in revisiting, I'm going to pass it by. Yay. Next one, consider forming an implementation committee. I agree with Sammy that I feel like, we have processes in place for dealing with implementation, especially when it comes down to implementing already adopted plans, which are a bulk of a lot of what we're doing in the comp plan. So I don't feel particularly moved to insist on having an implementation committee, at least at this point. Others have thoughts about that? Susan.
I agree with Sammy on this. And the only thing I wondered is there was the suggestion the other evening at the public hearing, I think from Linda Hawk, about the digital dashboard. And I wondered if that should be included in something that the implementation committee works on. I mean, no, I don't want an implementation committee, but I wondered if that should be a part of what the advisory boards would be doing, is collectively working on a dashboard.
Danny?
Susan, I share your reaction to Linda's comment. I think like a dashboard is a reasonable thing to want. For me, as I think through what that would actually look like, the size of it, the need for staff to update it, the code requirements, frankly, across the size of this document, I think that's broadly covered in Tricia's proposal to incorporate some transparency language and to have a schedule of updates. It's not as turnkey for our residents as a digital dashboard, but I suspect that's probably about as good as we're going to be able to do, is like a schedule of transparency incorporated into the document that our residents can follow. But I just wanted to validate. I also think that's pretty reasonable. I just think that settling out at a slightly lower tech and slightly more community oriented approach is probably what's best for us here.
Richard.
Yes, that's what I wanted to offer. Maybe not lock us into a dashboard, but certainly some method of accountability that allow us to explore that to see what might be the most efficient way to do that in terms of creating some public-facing accountability method.
Are you near your microphone, Mr. White? I couldn't hear you.
You can hear me?
I can now. You was talking in some other voice.
I need to lean forward, I guess. That's my 1046 voice. I'm sorry.
What did you say?
I was suggesting maybe rather than locking us into a dashboard, that you just ask us to look at some method of accountability that might be public facing, but not necessarily specify a dashboard.
Okay. Further comments on that point, or is this what I've typed in here okay? Not hearing any more. Susan, are you good?
I'm real good. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that, Richard. Next one, I agree that the advisory boards should continue to be informed about the next draft. I don't know, maybe Trish, you can just very briefly share with us what your plan is for, there's going to be this 6 to 8 week period after you get direction from us in which you and the consultants are preparing the final draft of the plan for us to consider adopting. Will there be a role, or at least what kind of time will be built in there for public review of the final draft, including advisory board review, if not in a formal way, but availability of the final draft for review?
I think it's, well, I mean, I would say we might be, what I would try to do is commit to something like having it out 2 weeks before the meeting. It depends on, if you go much, that, like I said at the beginning, depending on the extent of the editing, but we were not expecting to take this back to the advisory boards again. I mean, it will be available for anybody to review it, but there is not built into the schedule, that schedule, to bring it back for all of them to review and comment again.
Yeah, I think that makes total sense. And I wonder if maybe what we can propose here is something for you all to think about is when that final draft does become available for public review, that the advisory boards are explicitly notified of the availability of it, so that they can, members of the advisory boards can share their thoughts if they like to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I wanted to just make sure I asked Scott if that would be we had not discussed that, but trying to get it out. So there was, it's a big document, trying to give something like 2 weeks before the meeting. Do you think we can arrange it that way, based on the schedule, the meetings that we've identified?
I'll go back to your statement before, Trish, that so far all of the edits that are being recommended tonight are very doable. So nothing that you've brought up today is a complete rewriting of a section, for example. So I think we would be able to get it out in time.
Okay.
I mean, if we're talking about the April 19th date, if we're talking about major map revisions and rewriting chapters, then we didn't need to move to the May 10th date.
In order to have time to give a 2-week completion before the meeting, Scott? Yeah, okay, yeah, okay.
I want to do with this language here, notify advisory board members when the final draft becomes available for review. I have Barbara's hand, I think.
Yeah, just real quick, Mayor, and thank you, Trish, for that information. But it really doesn't matter how it comes back to the advisory boards, whether it's on their own or a focal point at one of their meetings. They still could weigh back in. What do you do with that? Are you going to put it out and say, hey, you can't, we're not taking any further edits? What does that look like? Because once you put it out, people can still look at it and say, hey, you know what, I really, how are you going to handle that once it comes out? Are you just going to say this is the final draft, it's for your review, or
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm finished.
But when we distribute the revised, the final draft for review, what we'll be aiming for is for all those comments to come back to you, and not through a lens of us collecting them and compiling them, but rather to bring them all for you to see them at that point. And if say you receive them, say advisory board members review them individually, or check and identify, they see a typo, they see a thing that they a comment wasn't addressed, or something new, and that comes to you on that, say it's April 19th or May 10th. What we're expecting is that we got a pretty final draft, but it's not the adopted version yet. So if there need to, that's really like the time hopefully at that time, to articulate, okay, now you all hear, we hear this, we hear that, we want to change this, or et cetera. And then, you really finalize the thing that you want to adopt. So, if it's relatively minor, you could articulate those things in an adoption resolution. If we needed to, if you needed us to tweak it and bring it back, there'd be a space of time between that action.
Okay.
That communication. Does that make sense?
It does. I just know that when it hits the presses, people, grab hold of it and potentially be firing back, different things. Thank you.
And I would say that, you all will decide, when you want to close the door on the edits. The things that we just need to keep in mind in doing that is that this deadline, of July, and how much we can accomplish before we get to the end of your meeting season, right at the end of June. So
thanks for that question, Barbara. Thank you, Trish.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. So the remaining items in this list of advisory recommendations are things that were not called out as questions for council, but that Sammy had comments on. What I'm gonna propose is that we jump ahead first before dealing with these, because we do have more to deal with, and go down to several staff comments that, again, similarly, Sammy had provided a list of reactions to some of the staff feedback that was compiled in attachment B. I'm not sure to what extent people have had a chance to really digest that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I haven't. I mean, because I saw Sammy's email. I was still at work, and I just haven't really had time. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, you ask about digesting it. I haven't.
Let me just skip down here to things that we are sort of more other comments. Although Susan has her hand up, so Susan, go ahead.
Yeah. My only question is if we have a couple of comments that for this section, should we add them in now into Sammy's comments, or should I just hold on to those?
I mean, I'm happy to go through them. That's what we're here to do.
I don't mean to go through them individually. It's just if this was an opportunity for anybody who had other questions, staff other comments to add in this section, should we add those in now?
Yeah, hold that thought. Danny, do you have a thought about that?
Well, just at the risk of being tremendously unhelpful, I wonder if, we've given staff and Tesca quite a bit so far in terms of edits we have to make. And I wonder if there is any room for, like they have these priority items. We've made pretty definitive comment. I wonder if there's any room over the next 2 weeks for us to come back to these lower priority items and get those back to Tesca and staff and kind of like a rolling process. And still, I mean, my assumption and understanding is that what is left is lower priority, both by staff, advisory board, and consultant agreement, or we would have gotten to it already. So I just wonder if there's any process. I mean, just looking at the time and the volume, I mean, we have a lot still in this green and in the other comments. I very badly want to get through everything we need to get through so as to not burden staff and the consultants. But considering what they've got to chew on so far, I wonder if we may not be able to work up the slack and just keep the trains rolling.
Thanks, Danny. Sammy.
Yeah, I was wondering if us, along with what we've already identified and worked through tonight, we could, as the consultant requested at our last meeting, perhaps pass all other items that aren't enumerated here. And maybe that's not a good idea because it sounds like maybe council members would like to comb through a little more on the advisory board and staff comments and their own comments. So maybe there are items that are missing in this list that we don't want to give the green light to yet. But that's one way I could see us doing that, is saying anything that's not listed here to buy us a little more time and to give more to work with for the consultants and staff. We could say anything that's not listed here that they can run with.
Okay, so let me try to restate what you're saying there, Sammy, and see if this is helpful.
Same thing you said. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to.
At this table that we're looking at here, advisory board recommendations, we've been through the ones that were tagged as questions for council. Sammy, you had comments on a number of others that we have not discussed. My personal approach to that table was that the ones that I was fine with the other ones. So, I wasn't planning to comment on them. And the only reason they're listed here is because you offered comments on them. So then going down to the staff comments table, again, I think unless they're called out, which you called out a number of them here, I didn't have further comment on them. And so it wasn't a matter of really approving or disapproving. It was just more like they didn't ask and I didn't answer. So I guess that's another way of saying kind of what you're saying, Sammy, which is that if they haven't been enumerated here by a council member for further discussion, then move along. So maybe that's kind of what you're getting at, Sammy, is that unless council members have identified a specific item for further comment, then we can assume that everybody's fine with where it was left in the attachment.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Thanks for saying it so well.
Just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying. Thank you. Barbara, your hand is up next.
Oh, yeah, I did see something that Sammy had lifted up under affordable housing, and also saw in attachment C in reference to Dolores Bailey and empowerment. She had sent an email to Ben B, about I guess the inclusion of empowerment, because they own affordable rental units, and asking to be included because of all that they provide in the community. And that may be what Sammy might be mentioning here. I thought I saw it on here twice. So that's something that in particular, I was going to raise that, but I see Sammy has too. So
I think that's Sammy number 5 here.
Yeah, on that one, I just, you know, I was a little wary of singling out affordable the home trust as a rental affordable housing provider, because we do have other ones in town, and so either we list those other ones, or we take the home trust out and have it be implied.
I agree, because we do have more than the community home trust. If we're going to include them, that's fine. Include a few more, right? So yeah, I agree there.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I just feel like there was another spot where you mentioned that in your comments, and I'm trying to find where it was, Sammy.
Yeah, I think you had it there on the affordable housing.
It's up there, yeah.
It's farther up, I think.
Yeah,
I remember
it's farther up.
Maybe I'll do a find.
Oh, not that far though.
No, it's in the next section, right below. It's in black and white. It's not color. There it is.
Right there.
Right there. Yeah.
Per her letter.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm going to count that one as agreed to. And then we're going to come back to the question that Danny posed, or the proposal that Danny made about how we move forward here. So maybe I could use some help from Trish and team to think about what we've done so far and what's left.
What we've done so far is great. I think, and I would just say that, you know, I mean, we did read through, Sammy, I know Ben and I did, and I'm sure Francie and Scott looked through those comments as well. I do think some of them may involve a little bit of back and forth to rather. I wasn't sure if you were saying you would just accept all of those responses without commenting on them. That's the only question I have.
You mean
the ones that are not in the blue. So we are at your, you know, however you want to proceed, but there's some of them are questions and so forth, and they're not.
Right. I guess I was not thinking that we were saying, so there are some listed here below, as you mentioned, that Sammy has offered comments on.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we're at the point yet of saying, yes, we all agree with those, because I don't think everybody has digested all of those yet. What I was saying earlier, Trish, was that there are a whole bunch of other comments from the advisory boards that are not in the blue section, and also not called out by a council member for discussion today, as far as I've heard. And therefore, you know, I'm comfortable with, I didn't have any, you know, if a council member isn't commenting on something that didn't, where you all didn't request comment, then I don't know why we would speak to it at all. So Scott, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so Trish brought this up early in the meeting. We would want clarity on the future land use map. So right now, the future land use map is paired with corridor plan maps that do talk about additional development opportunities along the corridors. The map of the town as a whole is not a zoning map, as you all know. It is a land use map. It does not show changes in land use that would result in thousands of additional housing units, for example. The approach to the plan is the policies are in the plan that lay a direction to allow for greater densification at nodes and corridors. But also has recommendations that really further work needs to be done, particularly in sub-area plans and corridor plans. There's neighbors that live in these communities. There needs to be engagement with the residents. And so we would want clarification from the town council if the approach that is in the current plan, which is a map that will, Councilwoman Haven O'Donnell, that is breathable. So that land use map will be updated over time as a more, not surgical, but sub-area approach is taken that involves the community in future land use decisions. So we'd want clarity because that's a pretty significant change. Would be very significant change to do that sub-area planning now, rather than the plan has proposed has that in the implementation effort. So we'd want to get clarity on.
So, I mean, I guess I appreciate that. I think maybe it would be helpful. I think maybe what might be needed is just a little bit more transparency about that. Does that make sense? In other words, being clear in the plan that the completion of small area plans or whatever are going to inform kind of how that future land use map evolves over time. And just saying that at the outset might help with that issue. I'm not sure if you're responding specifically to this here from Sammy or to another part of what we have in front of us, but Scott.
Yeah, I was on mute. Yes, that's one place. It came in through several comments as well. And so I think the idea of right now it's all the way in the back of the implementation tables. Maybe we need to bring that up front in the land use chapter and talk about that more explicitly about the process to incorporate the policies of the plan into future mapping of the town. Would that work for guys? Would that work?
Sammy?
Yeah, that seems to work for me. I think we heard a lot of feedback from the community that was a little frustrated in that they thought we would have a better understanding of how we would be supplying the necessary housing stock supplied to minimize the cost of housing, but also to accommodate the growing population. So a lot of Patrick McDonough's comments spoke to that, for example. But I think as long as we are clear in the document in terms of what the process is to get to those goals, then maybe less feathers would be ruffled, and would just like lower the expectation of what this comprehensive plan is accomplishing, or at least like puts it in the right place in the process. Like we're not where a lot of people think we should be with this comprehensive plan in terms of identifying those places we want to change and thereafter allocating the appropriate zones to accomplish that. So like, for example, Patrick McDonough raises some of the preliminary questions that need to be answered even before we start, further exploring. And that might even get to a realization that the current small area plans that were identified aren't going to be sufficient. Like we need to augment, other areas of town as per the, acreage necessary to accommodate future populations. So all that to say, I think further clarity along what Damon was describing could get us further and linking kind of what our goals are with like what the maps are actually representing or how they are tools to get to these future maps that we want to get at.
Can everybody see what I'm typing here? I'm trying to reflect what Sammy's saying as well as what Scott recommended. Be clear in the land use chapter about how implementation of policies in the plan and the creation of small area plans will shape the evolution of the future land use map. That's what we're talking about here. Scott and or Trish and or Sammy?
Yeah, I think that would help a lot. I mean, if there was a lot of vacant land in your town, we would have shown different land uses, but because there's already development in those areas, a more fine-grained process is needed to engage those residents in the process of changing land use from single family to multifamily, from single family to commercial, et cetera. All the discussion we've had on one cemetery, just think about that at a larger scale. And that's why this is really the start of the process rather than the end.
Sammy?
Yeah, I mean, there's never vacant land, even when there's trees. There's rare salamanders, as we recently experienced with a proposed development and a node. We know that there's never vacant land, so it's always going to be a hard slog. But I think that setting out a vision can kind of set the tone for, and even include the people who exist on those vacant lands. Like I'm thinking of, west of 86, the ETJ, which is at a point where we're reaching the thresholds where that area is going to be opened up. There's no mention of that. I don't think there's any mention of that fact in the comprehensive plan, but that could be deemed of as vacant land, though I know it's not. There's need for involvement and all for the people who currently exist there, and even the neighboring areas that expect rural experience. But the fact is we're constrained as a town, and we have to make use of land as best we can because we have nowhere to grow, especially with a rural buffer. So I think that and that's kind of like what a lot of people I feel have commented is there's a frustration with an inability to be bold in terms of this is the vision without ruffling feathers, or saying this is the vision, but this isn't really what's going to happen because there's this process that has to happen to make sure everyone's involved in the process. So I guess it's just different ways of skinning a cat, if that's still an okay expression.
Okay, thank you, Sammy. Are we okay with the highlighted language here in terms of how the staff and the consultants can move forward on this particular comment? Okay. It is, to get back to Danny's proposal, we are after 11 o'clock. And we have made a lot of really great progress here. I'm very pleased and appreciative about what we've accomplished. I want to propose that we essentially agree that we consider the things that I've put in the yellow highlighting, that's stuff we've already said we're okay with, we're done with those. And that what we have left to do are a few things. One is make sure everyone has digested these items that Sammy has called out in the advisory board recommendations and in the staff comments, as well as any other matters that council members want to call out as questions or comments, which are also things that are included, mostly things that Sammy sent around by email earlier today.
Damon, can you share this document with us? Because this is going to be a lot easier for us to go through than the way we were working before.
Yes, so I will share this document with everyone to work on. So I guess the question for me is, Mr. Manager and Trish, et cetera, looking at where we've gotten tonight and the fact that we do still have a number of comments that have been shared but not reviewed. Is there an opportunity in an upcoming meeting not too far away for us to finish this discussion?
Yes, I've looked ahead at the next two meetings, and there is capacity on both of those meetings for continued discussion. Next week, we have the 203 coming back, and depending on what the county does, that might take some time, but that's the biggest item on next week's agenda, and there's also space on the following week as well.
I'm a little reticent to put this on the same agenda as the 203, just because I know that's going to have some conversation. So I guess the question for me is then, Richard, if we were to block out time for continuing this work session on the 22nd, is that leaving Trish and Scott and their team enough time for what they need to keep moving forward with the revisions that they're doing?
I'm afraid we would have to delay to the May 10th meeting. The April 19th really assumed we'd have final feedback tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if we make the changes, once we go into design, it's much more difficult, time consuming to make additional changes.
Okay. Randy, your hand is up. Do you have a comment or a question? And then after that is Barbara.
No, I think I'm okay as long as you're going to share this. We might be able to expedite it. Are you thinking we need another special meeting just to knock this out? That would be my question.
What I'm proposing is that we block out work session time to complete this work on the evening of the 22nd. Barbara? And yes, I will be sharing all of this with everyone so that you have exactly what you need to be working on between now and the 22nd, if that's what we agree to do.
And so, Mayor, I just wanted to, the 22nd is the last meeting for us of the month, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because I know there's a fifth Tuesday.
There is a fifth Tuesday, which we could decide to use if we need it, but I think we need to get the comp plan. This.
Oh, I don't want to wait. I was just trying to make sure the 29th. I'm ready on the 22nd.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you. And I say this understanding that and appreciating the reminder from Scott that, because we aren't finished quite yet, this means we're looking at the final draft coming back to us on the May 10th date, I think it was, rather than the April date, just so that they have the time they need to complete their work. Sammy.
Yeah, I recognize. I think that's fine with me. But the other question was, I had two more questions. One was, are we gonna just only the items that are listed here tonight? In other words, like you were saying, Damon, allow the consultant and staff to work on anything that's in those lists that isn't listed here. Give them the green light if it's not been flagged by tonight. And the second question was, if in lead up to that meeting, council members may be able to share with you or a staff person to populate their comments in regard to these items so that before the meeting we have the benefit like we have had for my comments that you compiled, and I'm very grateful for that, and the ones that you did for Danny and yourself, so that we won't be doing that during the meeting itself, but we'll already have something to be working with.
Okay, so yeah, those are two. Thanks for that, Sammy. Two separate things, and I'll address to those real quick. First is, if I understood what Susan said earlier, there were some things up here that she had comments on that we hadn't gotten to yet. Did I understand that correctly, Susan?
Yeah, but I can add these, and as Sammy suggested, I can add these into this document.
But they are the things that we're talking about are things that Sammy has commented on and that you wanted to also comment on. Is that right?
I'm not sure yet if mine are overlap with Sammy's or if they are different items, because I haven't been through Sammy's items yet.
Okay, but you have comments potentially on things in this table that we haven't discussed yet. In other words, you have comments on items outside of the 6 blue shaded here that were specifically asked. We were specifically asked to provide comments on.
Yes, but not many. And then also with the staff comments, I had a couple of things to add.
Okay, so it sounds like then, in response to Sammy's first question, it's not necessarily the case that we're ready to say that anything not yet called out here is ready for the team to go forward with. But okay. The second issue that Sammy asked about was, I've already forgotten. Sammy, can you remind me?
Oh, I was just thinking in terms of process, if folks have comments to these things, just to send them for you to compile if you can.
Yeah, I will. I think what I'll do after today is I'll team up with the manager, and it sounds like we're all okay with the idea of putting this on our March 22nd agenda to wrap up. And I'll talk with Richard about kind of getting this document out to everybody to work from, and then setting up, emailing you all with a request that you kind of share your comments ahead of time in some way so that everybody can digest them ahead of time. But we'll work on that.
So on the, I'm sorry, Mayor, on the 22nd, and Mr. White, is this going to be the only item on the 22nd? We know how this works now. We see, I mean, you know what I mean? Or are we going to be battling with a few other items on the agenda? This can be time consuming, all right? And we're trying to finish it up. Like we'll be out of time, basically on the 22nd. So I just wanted to raise that or ask that question. Thanks.
Yeah, we will be out of, the 22nd. We have to finish this work on the 22nd. And so I can work with the manager about making sure that we have the time on the agenda to accomplish that. And if that means moving things around, then we'll figure it out. This definitely takes priority. Okay.
Damon, just wondering if Susan, if you have the ones you would like to pull readily available, that you could maybe, if you know them, you could enumerate them, and then we'll pass everything that you don't flag tonight, if you have them.
Yeah, should I just email those?
I was thinking if you could tonight, so we could just approve as a body, but if you don't, never mind.
Yeah, I'll be sending in the ones I have questions on as well.
Yeah, so ignore what I just said.
Yeah. I think, okay, so I'm just going to recap where we are tonight. We have agreed on the items that are highlighted in yellow, so no need to spend your time on that. We are going to focus on the things that we have not highlighted in yellow. And that includes the things listed in these tables here, which you'll be seeing in the document once I share it, as well as additional comments that folks have shared and any comments that you all want to offer between now and the 22nd. And we'll hope that we can get these all pulled together so that everyone has a chance to see them ahead of time as part of the agenda for that meeting on the 22nd. Okay. Danny's hand is up. Are we good?
He said motion to adjourn.
Well, no, I will. I'm going to say that at the end of what I'm going to say, but I just wanted to take a minute and thank you all, and to thank Tesca, and to thank Trish. This has been a bit of a slog tonight, but it's been by far my favorite meeting so far in my time on town council. It's been a real joy to hear how y'all think about this and to work on this big document with y'all. And I really feel like we got something done tonight, even though it was kind of a pain in the ass. And so I just am very grateful for you guys in this moment, and especially Scott and Francie and Trish and Ben. I just really, really appreciate it. So thank you very much. And now I move to adjourn.
He's the hype man for the council.
Matter by board member.
Okay, hold on, we're not quite there in the agenda yet, but let me just, okay, so we're going to move on now to our final item on the agenda while we're all still alive here, and that is matters by council members. So Sammy, you have one?
Thanks, Damon. Yeah, I just wanted to raise this question about our cemetery and perhaps really doing a moratorium on selling to people who are from outside of Carrboro, given what we've learned about we're running out of space there and we need to buy time for the process that we were talking about tonight. So I'd just like to ask the manager, if the council agrees to look into that.
believe that the
And-
manager is already planning to bring us an item on this soon.
Okay, then to include the moratorium, the moratorium seems like an urgent thing. If not, if it can't be done by staff before that, then to include that as part of his agenda, a question for the council to answer. And then the other thing, what
relates to that issue, including options like limiting who can access, et cetera, et cetera. So, go ahead, Sammy. Sorry.
Sure. Yeah. And then the other thing was I just wanted to encourage the MAC group to really, I'm grateful the metrics. It seems like hospitalizations isn't prioritized as much for when to reinstate the mask mandate, because we do have BA2 that is growing in other parts of the world. And as we've seen throughout the pandemic, we have the benefit of knowing something's going to happen when it happens somewhere else. So I just want to make sure that we don't use metrics that are too slow in terms of something as preventative as wearing a mask.
Thanks for that, Sammy. I'll just say that in addition to those sort of, as you're saying, those sort of lagging metrics that the team does continue to monitor, is continuing to do wastewater monitoring, continuing to do syndromic surveillance on ER cases that are COVID symptoms, and continuing to do genomic surveillance. UNC runs regular labs tests to monitor the arrival of new variants and so on. So there is all of that sort of surveillance work happening in addition to these other metrics that we track around hospitalizations and case rates and so on. But yes, I appreciate you highlighting that. Barbara?
Thank you, Mayor. So there's always going to be a need for cemetery. People still do traditional burials. And so look, I feel like we're trying to corral it and just like, kind of get it in a box. And we can't do that because we got to think about everybody and what everybody's needs are. And we just gotta, I'm keeping an open mind about how to do it. Everybody else should keep an open mind about how to do it too. But this moratorium, I don't know if I support that or not. Thank you, Mayor. That's a whole nother conversation. But I don't know that I would agree to that. People need spaces to bury their loved ones. And so we've worked in conjunction with folks in the area for years around other issues. We work with Chapel Hill, we work with the county. Everybody know the situation over at Chapel Hill Cemetery, So, I mean, I don't know. This is me. It's a whole nother conversation, but certainly there's a lot of different angles to this. And so we just have to keep our mind open.
I totally agree. And I think the manager is eager to bring us an item soon that will help to answer some of that whole variety of questions about what our interests and priorities are here and reflecting everyone's needs in the community. So thank you, Barbara. Okay. Well, with thanks to staff for hanging in there with us late tonight.
I'm going to bed.
I thought I heard a motion by Danny earlier to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
And moved by Danny and seconded by Susan that we adjourn. All in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Hey, much love to y'all. Thank you, for real.
All right.
Thanks for being with us tonight. See you next time.
Good night.
Bye, Trish.